Us. Like this. 4, 3. Okay, hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Oh, yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the HDC. It is Tuesday, April 11th at 4:05, and we have almost a full house with us today. And all of those people are live. We have Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Poole, Stephen Welch, Connie Patton, and oh my gosh, Carrie Thornwell. And the only person missing, of course, is Jesse Dutra. For all of those of you in the audience, a couple of requests. 1, mute your phone. 2, let us know if you're going to record anything on your own device in advance of the hearing. With that, I think that, and of course, everything can be done today on a voice vote because we're all live. With that, could I have a motion to?
So moved.
Thank you. Diane has made a motion to approve today's agenda. All those in favor, and this would be the regular board who are all sitting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Thank you. All right. Is there any public comment at this time? Okay. Hi, Hillary.
Hi. Thanks very much, everybody. Yeah, I wanted to make a public comment concerning the excellent discussions you all are having about demolition of historic structures. And I know you focused on the terminology. Speaking as someone who's working on an advanced degree in American preservation studies, there's a lot of terminology. It's easy to get tripped up. I'm really very pleased that Holly has secured camp to help with the studies and the terminology. But I just wanted to comment because I'm concerned about some of the recent remarks and recent votes indicating that some of you think it's appropriate or okay to allow demolition of a building that is contributing to our historic district. So earlier today, I emailed Stephen and Ray a guidebook for historic district commissions. It's published by the Massachusetts Historical Commission. I hope it can be shared. It has a lot of good information. It's going to tell you that the whole point of having a local historic district is to protect the context, feelings, and associations of the district by preserving the historic structures. And this includes small outbuildings, barns, and vernacular structures that won't necessarily have a known architect and would have been unremarkable at the time. The thing that makes them remarkable is that they're still with us and they teach people through their presence about history. And I'm not saying that every old building must be saved. I know you don't believe that, and I don't believe that either, but each deserves careful consideration because demolition can't be undone. So my comment is concluding with a request. Could you please have public hearings when the demolition of a structure more than 50 years old is being considered? Couldn't and shouldn't these public hearings be similar to other noticed public hearings on Nantucket, including a notice period sufficient to allow stakeholders in the preservation community and not just the applicant time to study and understand the history of the building? I think you'll find that people have a lot to contribute. You know, I wasn't following 9 Sherburne Way, but I did a lot of research after the fact. And I'd love to share it with you. I think you're going to find it really interesting. So I hope we can maybe make some adjustments to the process around demolition hearings. Thanks
Okay, thanks, Hillary. As far as I know, all of our meetings are public hearings, but I could be wrong on that. Thanks. Any other public comment? No. Okay, so any commissioner comments? Diane.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion to reconsider the.
Oh, honey, sorry. This is under commissioner comment. We can't.
We're not going to discuss it.
We can't respond.
Then I can say it. And it can be on next Tuesday. I checked with Erica at the select board today that how to do this, and or Katie has told me how to do it. So I'm just telling you how I was told. This is what
Okay,
I said.
all right, I'll let you go, but
You could reconsider the vote of March 28th regarding 9 Sherburne Way. That's it.
okay, so we can't respond to that yet. You're aware of that.
I would like it,
Okay,
however, put on next Tuesday's thing. We have 60 days to handle it and whatever.
all right. Okay, thank you, Diane. Any other commissioner comments?
Just be seconded or
No, it can't have any deliberation.
I do have.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
can I make a comment on that?
well, you're not a commissioner,
Okay.
so yeah.
I think there was a little bit of confusion with 9 Sherburne, where some people thought it was a staff approval and others thought it was a hold for revision. I just want to clarify, 9 Sherburne Way was hold for revision. So it's coming back to you guys.
That's not actually accurate.
Okay, now we're starting to transgress here.
Well, no, we can talk, I can talk to staff. We can't deliberate.
Okay,
So the motion was to demolish what we deem to be the non-historic portion, and that to keep it on site. The second, and I explained this to Holly, the second motion, the second part of that was to have the application for the move off revised so that it was to move it on the site. And the requirement was that the drawing reflect what was being retained in a site plan, and that the application would be modified, the narrative, the text would be modified to indicate it was staying on the site. So there was 2 parts to the motion. I'll have to watch the tape, but I'm pretty clear that I know that was the intent, and I'm pretty clear that was the. And then you had said, Esme, that it was, forgive me.
If I'm not mistaken, I thought 9 Sherburne was hold for revisions.
No.
No, definitely not.
Okay,
No.
so I did minutes.
Oh.
I forward those minutes for you guys to review.
Okay.
And those minutes are up. I haven't heard back from you guys
Okay.
on those revisions, so that needs to be rectified immediately.
Okay. But the comment I would make is staff needs to talk, because Holly and I discussed this in depth in the office. So I can't, as a member of the commission stopping by there, I can't, or none of us can be anticipated to speak to every single staff member.
I understand.
So we need a clearer chain of command, I think is what's going on here.
And with all due respect, I rely on Esmeralda because she does the detailed minutes. She's the one who
Yeah.
reviews them in and out. So I
Yeah.
don't want to go by green.
So
Okay.
that could become a problem.
As regards Diane's request, I'm gonna talk to staff about how to do this. Okay, all right. So is that it for commissioner comments?
Oh, no, I have one.
All right,
I would like to thank the commissioners for their continued careful consideration of all the applications that come in front of us. Thank you.
oh, okay. Abby,
I just wanted to say that in regards to demolition, that on the 60 days, that it should happen after the board has taken a vote. The 60 days should start after we've voted to demo, because it gives you time to come, the public to make comments or something to come up in that 60 days, because demolition, especially of a contributing structure, is really, really important. So I just want to say that the 60-day should be part of our process.
Can I ask you, Ray, if we had took a vote on my motion, is that discussion? Classified as discussion or not?
yeah, I know you made a motion, but we're not doing a motion because none of this stuff that's back and forth is supposed to be being deliberated.
Right, I'm not deliberating, I'm just asking a question about, the motion was stated as a vote. And as I say, I checked it with the,
It's not a vote. If it comes in under commissioner comments, nothing goes to vote because that requires deliberation.
She's just asking to put it on next week's
I
agenda.
know what she's trying to do, and I just said that I was going to talk about it with staff.
okay, maybe.
We're not allowed to deliberate.
Yeah.
I know that we were, I didn't think a vote was deliberation.
Yes, it most certainly is. It's deliberating. It's like deciding.
Well, I wasn't told that, that's all.
Okay.
I was going by. Select
Okay.
board.
All right. Are there any more commissioner comments? All right. How about signs?
Hi,
Billy.
Billy Saab, Land Use Specialist. The Sign Advisory Council met this morning and items 1 and 8, they recommend approval for with minor modification to the application.
I have 1 through 7. Do I?
Did you?
I have 1 through 7, yeah.
Oh,
Which one are you missing?
wait, so what are we doing?
Then just number 7.
Wait a second.
What about number 1?
Just number 7
For approval, recommended for approval.
with condition, Linda shut up.
Yeah, with condition.
What?
Because if this one wasn't on the agenda, I don't know that you guys can vote on it at this meeting, and we could probably put it on for the next either Thursday or next Tuesday is my guess. But our agendas aren't matching the sign in the HTC.
Just tell us what to do on the 1 through 7, please.
1 through 6 would be hold for revisions.
1 through 6, hold for revisions. Okay, everybody got
So
that? Can I, thank you, Diane. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve items 1 through 6?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
It was to hold, right?
Yeah, to hold.
Yeah,
Did I not say that?
Yeah,
Said to approve.
it's easy to get tangled up in stuff because everyone's talking.
Okay, we're holding items numbers 1 through 6.
yeah,
And that was the motion. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Okay, now number 7.
So then number 7 would be to they recommended approval with a minor revision.
Okay,
So moved.
Hold a discussion on the motion.
okay.
What's the revision? I think if we're voting on things, we're supposed to be making the determination. So I'd like to know what it is.
It was to make sure that the sign lighting was downlit and not uplit, and also to make sure the sign was made of wood.
Thank you.
Well,
Linda,
it was-
please.
it was
Okay,
all
And,
signs.
and I just want
It
to
was
point
all
out,
signs.
please. It's going to be a really long night if we don't have the floor cleared when the commissioners are speaking. Please don't respond. Please don't respond.
Okay.
The reason I asked, Mr. Chair, is a procedural matter, and it has to do with the discussion we've been having about advisory boards and the fact that they are advisory and the HTC is making the determination. So we should have
Mhm.
conditions clear to us before we vote is all.
Understood.
No big deal on anyone.
Very good. Okay, so let me see. There was a motion made by someone. Is that you, Diane?
Yes,
Okay, and that is to approve with the revisions, correct?
yes.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Now we're on to consents. Let's see who needs to recuse here.
I do.
Barry does. It's like, does it look like I'm good? I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, Val's off. Okay, who's the hand? Mickey? Mickey,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, hi, Ray, thank you. Number 19, which is 42 Easton Street, it's regarding the gates at 42 Easton. I don't, could you hold that and review that separately? I can tell you why. Do you want to know?
Yeah, does somebody want to pull that?
Actually, I would suggest that we're not in the habit of having members of the public
Pull.
poll, but I did intend to pull that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Stephen has recommended pulling item number 19, which is 42 Easton Street from the consent list. Now, I want to make sure that I get my board. So,
Could I also have some questions on the consent?
oh, what?
Just 22, 23, and 24, the solar on the Boys and Girls Club. I thought we had thought that some of those were going to be visible from.
No, that was for
They
the,
made revisions and I'm the person who put them on consent.
do you want to pull those?
Well, I don't know what the changes were, so
Well,
they
were
were very,
available for you to observe, but do you want to pull that?
yes.
Okay. So we're pulling items 19, 22, 23, and 24. All right, now let me get back to trying to establish the board. Val can't be on, so Carrie can't be on. That leaves you, Connie. You good? Okay, very good. All right, so we do have a 5-person board. Now, remember that when we're voting, these 19, 22, 23, and 24 are not part of the approval. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve consent,
Thank you.
minus as listed by the chair.
Thank you. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye, any opposed? Okay, so now let's go back and revisit 42 Easton with the others. Oh, Matthew happens to be in a room. So let's take a look. I have an outdated in here. I don't know. Sorry. I don't see it.
I didn't see it.
No, okay, I gotta look up on this.
But they've got it.
Matt, do you want to present this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a gate. So you've seen this property, a landscape plan previously. And we were getting some resistance in terms of like the paving and some other elements. And ownership, their primary concern was just a gate. That's really the thing they care about the absolute most. They didn't want to spend more of the board's time, going back and forth about some of these smaller details. And so we've revised the application accordingly. So it's literally just a gate. And to reiterate, this is next to the White Elephant. It used to be part of the White Elephant and breakers. Sorry. Thank you. And there's a lot in the summertime. When they're there, a lot of people do walk up to the front doors constantly. And I know you may or may not be sympathetic to that, but it is a real issue. There was some discussion about a rope, but personally, I just think that wouldn't look great. And I don't know how much of a deterrent it would be. We went through and took photographs. Actually, one of the ownership's associates, I think, took a photograph of every gate on the island. And I think we've actually included that. There is a gate on Hulbert that we thought was very successful. That was this open picket concept where it wasn't this imposing solid gate. This has some level of transparency to it, but we thought that this was a really appropriate compromise so that it would, prevent people from going in there when they're there. I would also point out that the only times that these gates will be closed is when the owners are there, which is usually in the summer, sometimes in the shoulder seasons, but they anticipate it being open a majority of the time. But they do want the ability to close the gate to keep pedestrians from walking up to their front door. It's a bit of a security issue. Again, level of sympathy for that, I don't know, but it's a legitimate concern. These are photographs of every gate on the island. I know that each sub-context has their own language, but we thought that this gate design, which is found on Hulbert Ave, was very, very successful. And we hope that you do as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Let's see. Holly, do you have anything to say on this?
Just that I concurred with the commissioner who placed this on consent, that it's a picket in nature and that it's not something out of the ordinary within the area. So much better design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mickey, you obviously had a concern.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I kind of disagree with that. I think that the gates in the Break Point area are, apparently there is one, which I wasn't aware of, but they're rare if that's the only one. So I think it's not a general character of the Break Point neighborhood to have gates. I think it can be kind of exclusive, create a feeling of exclusivity and unwelcomeness. And I do think the rope would accomplish what they're trying to accomplish in terms of privacy. I just think there's other ways of doing it than creating a barricade, a gate in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Anybody else want to speak on this before I turn it over to the board? I'm going to do the full board on this.
Mr. Chair, could I add one comment with your permission?
Yeah,
Very brief. To Mickey's comment, the rope doesn't work. It won't work. And then the other thing I would say is that this particular dwelling is unique in that it used to be part of the hotel. And so I think that if there's this concern about proliferation of gates on that street, I think that you could easily say that this was a specific issue specific to this lot. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Now we can turn it over to the board.
I can go. if you-
Thanks, Abby. Go.
So I was listening to both sides of this, but if the gate turned in, it would be less obvious and, a little more subtle. And
If
then
it opened into.
if
the
it opened
property,
into the property
it
instead of,
does.
If I could, Mr. Chair, with the issue with that, because we prefer that as well, the grade slopes up. And so the gate can't swing in without grounding itself.
they're back onto the privet there.
And the other
They
gate
open Onto the privet.
does open out. And so majority of the time it would be open. I thought it was actually fairly attractive.
Okay,
Okay, well,
This-
that's good to know, though. So they do open out.
yes,
Funny.
and
Yes, they help.
Right,
The way
that's-
that's running.
I think the clouding indicates
Okay.
that
anyway, that's all.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I'll tell
Yes.
you why I thought it was
All right,
appropriate.
Val.
Because you see picket fences all over town that close with a latch that open periodically and somebody parks on their lawn. So I thought maybe the key is then to run the picket fence across in front of the hedge or something. So it seems more part of a fence situation, but I didn't see this as an issue.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I think Val's idea of having a fence go extenuating from the sides of the gate would be good. I think that it's very formal down there, and I know there's a problem with the house being part of the hotel at one time. I'm not sure the gates being open don't tell you the same thing. I don't know, they saying that you could walk through it in the wintertime. I don't know about that. I don't know. I guess that's about as simple as a gate as you can get. I don't have a problem with the old rope thing because it has worked in many places. But if there's no other solution, then I would go with it. I'd rather see the gates straight across. So it wasn't being the least bit fancy, just as a working gate.
All right, thank you. Stephen, I think it's to you.
Sure, great, thanks. I think the issue here is not just whether there's a gate or not, it's that the courtyard parking really lends itself to a commercial presentation as opposed to a residential presentation. So this reads just like the White Elephant. And I think that that creates a situation in addition to maybe there's some random old TripAdvisor pictures of this as the breakers, but nonetheless, a residential presentation of the front yard, I think would make a tremendous difference and perhaps even negate the necessity for a gate. The other thing is I just don't think gates are appropriate in that area on driveways. It is not to a yard area, it's to a parking area. We are seeing, we did have another application very similar to this for a gate with a large courtyard in the front. That is not typical presentation of a front yard in that area. In fact, it's not a typical presentation of a front yard anywhere on Nantucket, unless it's a commercial entity. So I guess my vote would be no.
I'm actually okay with the gate, and if people think that the fence accompanying it would make it more appropriate, that would be fine with me. I'd prefer it without the fence, but that's my view. What should we do with this one?
What about Connie?
Oh, no, actually, so Connie was on the regular, and then I took the 5 regular members who could all sit on it for this.
I would motion to approve as submitted,
The fencing that was discussed.
as is, yeah.
As is. Okay, well, let's try that motion out. So the motion is simply to approve this application as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye. Any opposed? Sounds like there's a number.
Aye.
Was that 3 opposed?
Sorry, I'm for it. I'm a yes.
Okay, so
It passes.
would you all agree that it's 3 in favor? That would be Val, Abby, Ray, and 2 opposed, Diane, Stephen,
yes.
right? Okay, that was the vote, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your consideration.
Okay, so Boys and Girls Club, I think Abby's concerned about how the solar was resolved. Could we just take a look at that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that. Can I ask other board members, is the agenda or the stuff that's coming up on your little screens current? Because I don't have this stuff.
It's under new business 328.
Oh, we have
Oh,
to.
it's
Just
not
to
under
move up.
consent?
Yeah, no, it's not on the consent, it's down further.
Why isn't it on consent?
No. we didn't have time.
I got pills in the road.
The re-
What's the for this April 4?
It's on the view pack. It's not moved up from where it was originally submitted because Civic Plus is a very tedious program, and to try to manipulate applications from new business to move them to the consent pile, I would have to delete the whole thing. And it takes me about 2 hours to upload every single view pack every week.
Okay,
So
so
hence why it's
I would
not.
just suggest that we get our consents in timely
Okay,
for
so
staff.
we'll look at least I'll look at this on the screen. And Abby, you may wanna.
I'm looking because I can't find it either. So, and who's the applicant?
Because Unwin's not here,
Unwin's
so we
not
should
here,
probably determine whether we want to proceed without them.
right?
Or can we reach out to them? I'd actually make a motion to hold these for representation, and if they come later, so be it.
Okay,
Well,
And if they don't, then they'd be on the next, be heard at the next meeting. That's my motion.
okay. So listen, we're gonna sort of short circuit this. Stephen has made a motion to hold this for representation. All those in favor say aye, and that it would be the regular board.
Should we do all
Yes.
3 of those?
Are you
We are
talking
doing all 3.
all 3 of them?
We're doing all 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Wait, so who made the motion?
I did.
The motion to hold all 3. That's right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I,
Okay,
Just a quick follow on, if I may, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Staff, if we have Tim, it's Tim's
It's
Mhm.
Tim.
If we have his contact information, I would just suggest we try and reach out to him so that he could get him on the. It's unusual for us to do this, so I don't want to have him be at a disadvantage because he isn't available at our next meeting and all of a sudden it's extended for a longer period of time.
Yes, it is Tim, and
Oh,
I
it
have
There-
something to say.
There are
as
two,
well.
there are two Tims.
Oh, they're okay.
It's not British Tim, it's the other Tim.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so you had something to say?
I do.
Yeah.
If we're going to spend time as commissioners reviewing applications and they're not going to get looked at by everybody else before the meeting, only to get pulled, I am just a little disgruntled with that. That's all I want.
I
to say.
hear you.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm sorry. When I was reviewing consents, I didn't
That's
see
61.
these solar
But
ones
I can't find
on the
them.
ones I
get
was
it.
looking
Yeah.
at, so I
Okay,
didn't get a chance to see them. I looked at.
okay.
I know, but we were looking into
In there,
consents.
All
So
right.
We got to
Let's
have a
move
system,
on.
that's all.
So now we're on to two items, consent with conditions. We can all sit on this. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Very good. Stevens made that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well, I'm an aye too, so.
I'm an I
Okay.
as well.
Motion to ratify the Land Bank 65 and 67 Easton Street Public Parks prior vote.
yes,
Aye.
I'm off that.
Can I get
I'm
a motion on that?
an I on that.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we're to the remand. So before we start down this avenue, I want to make sure that everyone's aware that I'm going to hold to very strict rules about the length of time that various people can speak. We have that in our best practices. Stephen, can you just review?
Couple minutes for the applicant and their agent, a minute for the next three abutters, and then thereafter 30 seconds per. I'll note that we're talking about 4 elevations and a site plan. So town meeting gives 3 minutes, and then it cuts down to shorter thereafter, I believe. And obviously, this is at the chair's discretion. If there's compelling new evidence, it can be extended. Adrian, would you mind clicking on a timer and
Okay. Everybody ready? Second most important thing. I would like the same board that was sitting on the application that was approved and then subsequently sent to the select board. Remind me who those members were.
I was on it.
I was
Okay.
on it.
as was I.
Okay, so it's the regular board,
What's the big boy?
regular board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I handed you the minutes right there.
Okay.
Um, I believe initially when the application came back to the board, Diane was on it and somehow she missed the meeting and then towards the end, she was no longer on the application.
Was it a 4-person board then?
Yeah.
It was.
Might have been.
Yeah.
Because I remember that discussion. But
Um, Is this from most recent to,
Yes.
Can't get the-
I don't know how I
But if
could
you're-
miss the meeting.
all right, so
You're
that
on
is
Zoom.
the reality is that the people voting on Stone Alley
You might have been sick.
to approve, motion to approve, yes, so that was 4 people. Cole, Welch, Camp, Oliver.
It happened and I questioned it and no one.
Okay. No answer in terms of how you came off of it?
Yep.
Oh, well, there's all the
if
minutes, so.
we're reopening it, does it mean that we have a new board? Then it's up to you. What's
Yeah, on a remand, I would tend to
Oh, I'll read.
go with you that you're looking for
I
the same
would
board.
stick with the same board because,
because we made the vote?
yeah, we made the vote.
Council said you don't have to stick with the same board on the last appeal that came back. He's very clear about that, so that we want to this, because it does not have to be the same, but it's on the same. Up to you guys.
I'll take Diane. Okay. All right, so we're a full board. Matthew, you're the first person.
I think you mean Mr. Chairman, Stephen Cohen for the applicant, but that's okay.
Yes, yeah.
So I just want to confirm that the board received my letter that I submitted last week.
Mhm. Yes,
So, I want to say one thing before I start my comments, and I mean this somewhat in jest and somewhat in reality, that I hate this project. You hate this project. Everyone hates this project because it has gone through 4 years of hearings. So hopefully we can all put it to bed tonight. That is my goal. This board spent 2 application processes and 4 years and dozens of hearings reviewing this application. It originally denied it, and then it heard it again, and it approved it. And when it approved it unanimously, and that was appealed to the select board. The select board has remanded to you based on what I would now say is an incorrect finding. That finding being the question of whether or not there was a conflict of the standard of review, or whether the standard of review was clear, which I think at the time that discussion happened was a very accurate, was a very good question to have raised. And what I mean by that is that your file, before this was raised, said that this is a contributing structure. And then at the hearings, the history of association with Eliza Coffin and other information suggested that it was an independently significant structure. That fact that it was independently, or the suggestion that it was independently significant, was raised dozens and dozens of times, along with hundreds of pages of supporting information, and was essentially unchallenged. The question at the select board hearing on remand was, well, did the board really, was the HTC really clear on whether it had accepted that, and or was it still working under the contributing standard in its files? And what I would point out is that at your denial in 2021, which I attached to my letter, the board twice identifies that it is an independently significant structure, which means that you as a membership voted and unanimously determined in a document that's your official determination that this was an independently contributing significant structure, and that in fact that was one of the reasons why you were denying the prior application. And you, in that denial, list a number of reasons why the application did not conform to the standards that you were applying to it. So, as you know, that file was then incorporated into the latter file, or the subsequent application, and you then went through what seemed like hundreds of hours of review, in which you made numerous comments and recommendations as to changes of how this application could be done consistent with the high standard that you applied to it. And, you know, I think you all know that you require that the building was changed in significant ways from the way it was applied for. It was not just lowered, it was pushed back. It was forced to step down the hill, which is an unusual situation to organically move down. Usually people just go straight across. The windows and fenestration received a significant amount of detail. The building is in its original location and on its original foundation. It's not relocated. And importantly, the Eliza Coffin sunroom, which I know was of significant concern for the board, I want to point out that either direction would have required the elimination of the Eliza Coffin sunroom because it's of the corner of the building it's on. If you had gone to the side, it would have had the same impact on that sunroom as going back. However, the board required that sunroom be assessed in extreme detail and recreated in extreme detail. So the building that will be produced will have that feature in a true replication of what was there. So I think that this board both reviewed the application in the correct standard, applied a very significant amount of attention to the design, required changes to be made consistent with that standard, and then approved something that is consistent with what is the architectural standard that was applied, and the legal standard in building with Nantucket in mind, and in the Enabling Act. So I would ask you to affirm 3 things to the select board. I would ask you to respond to the board and say that you did already determine that this is an independently significant structure, and you could affirm that. I would ask you to explain to the board and affirm to the board that you applied that standard and that you went through a significant and rigorous review, and that the certificate of appropriateness that was approved reflects that review and your significant efforts to get to that. And then I would ask you to issue a new certificate of appropriateness consistent with the unanimously approved certificate of appropriateness that was the subject of the remand. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, I believe the next line would be Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just mention what the remand says, just for the record, which was also the same thing that was in the notice. For a determination on the issue of the building being an individually significant structure, and if it is so found so that the HDC apply the performance standards for individually significant structures to its review, including what historically significant features of the existing structure need to be preserved. I do have staff comments, and for the record, they are based on everything that has been in the HDC packet, 800 and some odd pages worth.
Hope your comments are abridged.
And they are abridged. Yes, sir. So these are, again, based on everything that you've all seen and wanting to highlight. The HDC survey for this structure was created in 1988, 1989, and used information from the 1970 HABS, Historic American Building Survey documentation. Two Stone Alley was incorrectly labeled as the George B. Upton House, and 14.5 Orange Street behind the Levi Coffin House, Starbuck House, at 14 as the Isaiah Chase House. However, HAB's documentation for the Orange and Union Street neighborhood study has been debunked in the past multiple times. Specifically, Inquirer and Mayor ads from 1838 indicate that 14 Orange Street was built intended for its family and not for speculation, as HABs indicated in their report. This was just one of many instances where further research shows otherwise. Also, George Upton, who lived between 1804 and 1874, is listed as the owner of Two Stone Alley in 1885. However, he was long dead in 1885, as he died in Boston in 1874. Another proof that the information by our federal government, unfortunately, Historic American Building Survey, was incorrect. Staff is currently working on updating the HDC survey, the new Form Bs, which I know you all have been aware of, something that the Historical Commission has been working on with our MHC funding, with the correct information and methodology for surveying. HABs changes will be more difficult and time consuming, but are on the list for staff to do. Eliza Coffin, 1882 to 1920. She graduated from MIT for architecture in 1904, opened her own practice on Nantucket in 1911. In 1914, she received the barn from her father, William Codd. He lived between 1855 and 1940. William Codd was the Wannacomet Water Company's engineer director and primary survey for the town and private properties. And Eliza often assisted her father in the survey work. Between 1912 and 1913, tax records indicate that the barn was called out on Stone Alley. In 1914, William Codd gave the barn to Eliza, his only child. She undertook improvements to convert the barn into a dwelling. The tax records assessed the dwelling at $800. In 1915, Eliza continued on improving the structure, and the tax records assessed the improvements to $1,000. 1916, the converted barn was noted as a bungalow and assessed at $1,800. The 1923 Sanborn map shows the previous noted barn as now a dwelling. She was known for her renovations of historic buildings and colonial revival designs for summer residents, such as the circa 1915 house on South Beach Street, the Keith residence on Cliff Road, circa 1916 to 17, changes to the 1850 Greek revival at 1 Gardner Court, dated 1914, and 1918 addition onto her former alma mater, the Coffin School. And also the Lead Mitchell's house at 2 Easton Street, circa 1919. Again, all this information has been in your packet. When she died of pneumonia, in 1920, the Inquirer and Mirror wrote an article about her, Miss Eliza Coffin, an appreciation. The article states, quote, "In her hands, a barn became a home of beauty and comfort, and many of the modernized old houses of Nantucket bear an impress of her skill in concerning the characteristics of Nantucket architecture, while adding the requirements of modern times. The article stated she, quote, served humanity for the high position that she achieved in her profession. She elevated the standard of women's work in the world. We who knew and loved her best are proud and grateful to remember her as a representative of women of Nantucket, unquote. The article further stated, quote, she builded better than she knew, better than any of us knew until we remembered how much in her short life she accomplished. Character defining features of her work include the attached flat roof sun porches on side, projecting gable form, exterior chimney, etc. Again, significant structures from building with Nantucket in mind is, quote, any structure within the historic district of Nantucket, which in its whole or part 50 years or more, and which is or has been designated by the commission to be significant structure after finding by the commission that the building is either importantly associated with one or more historic persons or events, or the broad architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social history of the island or Commonwealth, or historically or architecturally significant in terms of period, style, method, building, construction, association with a famous architect or building, either by itself or on context of a group of buildings. I would hope all this redigested information will inform the commission that the building before you is an individually significant structure and that the plans previously approved do not protect this as existing historically significant features attributed by Eliza Coffin, a Nantucket MIT educated architect, and therefore revisions on the proposed plans should be provided. Further, Attorney Cohen's April 5th, 2023 letter indicating that the HDC expressly voted to determine that the structure was individually significant is not true. There was never a vote of such in 2021 or 2022. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
No, Ray, we don't have any comments at this stage. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Arthur, you're going to be the first person to speak on this? I mean,
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll be very brief. I represent Ginger Andrews, owner of the property at One Stone Alley, directly across from the subject property. And for all the reasons that Holly very eloquently set forth, we believe that considering the age of the structure, the nature of the structure, the design of the structure, and its historic association with Eliza Coffin, a very important person in Nantucket's history, as an early woman architect who had enormous influence upon the changes to Nantucket buildings in her era. This structure should be preserved. There's no question that it is individually significant, and to allow its change in a way that would completely obliterate its original appearance would be sacrilegious. And we therefore believe that you should overturn your earlier decision and determine that the application that's before you is not approved. Thank you very much.
thank you, Arthur. Who's next? Ginger, Linda?
I just want to read one thing out of your own book, Building with Nantucket in Mind. Most of us rarely ever open it anymore, except if there's something going along like this. Appendix C, demolition policy, definitions. Significant structures. Any structure within the historic district of Nantucket Island, which is in whole or in part 50 years or more old, which has or been designated by the commissioner to be a significant structure after a finding by the commissioner that the building is either A, importantly associated with one or more historic persons, we have that, or events, or with the broad architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social history of the island or the Commonwealth, we have that. Historically, a B, historically or architecturally significant in terms of period, we have that. It is the only structure that's actually located on Quantity Bluff after they tore Quantity Bluff off to create Union Street and Washington Street. Style, it's very indicative of her style because she liked these negative mass and these sunrooms and these overhanging pieces. Method of building construction, it was a barn, it was converted by her into her own house, or association with a famous architect or builder. Eliza Coffin, in the 100 pages that I've given you on the report, clearly an unique architect. She was one of the only women who ever graduated from MIT back in before the turn of the last century as an architect. She was also part of the only women architecture firm in Boston at the time. And then she came home to work for her father and work on Nantucket. Her father did all the water maps. So we have that either by itself or in the context of a group of buildings. So it's important that whatever additions, and we all know there's going to be modifications to it. We all know there are going to be additions to this structure. What we've been saying, and I've been at every meeting for 4.5 years, almost 4.5 years, among all the other people involved. I've been at every single meeting starting in that December of whatever it was. I don't even know now. And we know that's going to have an addition. We know there's going to be modifications, but the modifications, if it's been significant, if you made the finding, which you never did, that it was significant, that the modifications and the additions need to be subordinate to the building. It is not. We've already proven through the previous hearings that the square footage taken in total is much greater than the existing structure. And it's the tail wagging the dog, because all you're really going to see from Union Street, which is a huge visibility, is the addition. So we've asked that these additions be very sensitively done. HSAB, I'm surprised Mickey, when he talks about everything else, hasn't talked about this. They have in your file, all of theirs are to deny it due to lack of response to the concerns expressed. That's been very consistent with HSAB when it was in existence. We've asked that they be sensitively done and subordinate to the structure so the main body of the structure remains intact. And that's why we're asking for the finding that it is individually significant and that you ask it to come back and redo themselves.
Sorry, I forgot the hook. I just like to,
Working.
I would just like to point out the really delicious irony of Mr. Cohen's comment about the length of the hearing, because in the first hearing, he represented, as he has acknowledged, the opposition. And he was so eloquent for the preservation of the structure that he's now had a very difficult time getting an approval. The thing that strikes me most is that the applicant with a new architect did make one major change that the commission asked for. I think that if you go back to where you first looked at the reapplication, that your comments went further than that, and that by sheer fatigue, you're just tired of it. And I'm tired of it too, except that it's become so entertaining. I'm just showing up. But I think that if you really consider the comments that you made along the way, that that the applicant did not actually do enough of those things, because there was one change, and after that change was made, if that was all you needed, you could have approved it then, but you sent it back again for revisions. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ginger.
Mr. Chair, you do have a public hand.
Oh, there you go. Mrs. King, you should unmute if you would like to speak.
Sure. Thank you so much. I would just want to echo my support for Arthur and Linda and Ginger. I'm a neighbor. We're at the Isaac Chase house right next door to them. And there are not that many opportunities where you get to speak about keeping something the same. And we all know things are going to change. Yes, it's been 4.5 years. We're super tired of it too. I think 4 years ago, you guys came to the correct conclusion, which was it's a significant structure and it shouldn't be tripled in size. But here we are, and it's getting tripled in size again. And I just wanted to voice my objection to that being the result of a significant historical structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Rita Carr. I'm the Deputy Director of Nantucket Preservation Trust. And I would just, say that on behalf of MPT, we really second everything that Holly laid out so eloquently. And would urge you to, reconsider the appropriateness of such a large addition to an individually significant structure. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? You wanted to rebut something, Stephen?
Yeah, we can make a small point but I want to go last if I don't want to interrupt.
I want to make sure, is there anyone on Zoom that wants to speak? That I haven't gotten to yet? Doesn't appear so. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I just want to, for clarification, state that everything that Holly eloquently said was in the public record, and everything that Linda and Ginger have prepared at great lengths was in the public record and was before the board. And the question before you is, do you want to reconsider your prior approval of this house, or do you want to redesign it? The question before you on remand is only, what standard did you use to approve it? Were you relying on the misinformation of the contributing, or were you relying on the individually significant standard? And if you did that, then you would have already applied the correct standard, which nobody's arguing about. And I don't think anybody in this room thinks that you applied a contributing standard during all of this review. And I don't think anybody thinks that you thought that this was the George Upton house. I don't think anybody thinks that you went lightly on it. I'll remind you that the front side and both of the sides of the house are 100% intact. It's the same location, the same foundation, the same ridge. The only thing that's changed is an addition off the rear. It's a very, the existing massing is nearly entirely preserved. And the one piece that's being changed is being recreated at the end. And I think that is how you appropriately approach this house. So the question before you is not, do you want to revisit it? The question is, did you already apply the right standard? And I would suggest that you did, and that you went through a extremely thorough process for that. And I think you should respond to the select board. We did consider this to be an individually significant structure. We already knew all this information. We acted appropriately, and we issued a certificate of appropriateness. And I would request that you reissue that certificate of appropriateness. So I just want to make sure that as you have this discussion, that it's not that you're answering the extremely narrow question in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. All right, folks, it's our turn. Who would like to begin the discussion?
No, I'll go if nobody, if you.
Go ahead. No, go for it.
Well, so I'm in a kind of a compromise mood because, well, I knew it was significantly individually significant because Holly tells us every single time, and we all knew the history when we were talking about it, and I certainly did. And in fact, I made the motion because I thought that everything we had asked that the architect to do, he actually did. So, and that was to keep the main mass that was historic. First of all, I want to start by saying, I think the main mass that's historic is only about 575 square feet. Is that correct? Just sounds about right. So we're talking about a very small building. It must have been a small barn if it was a barn, but it must have been on the small side. But the main mass is untouched. It goes down the hill. It dropped down. We asked to drop down that middle mass. The architect renovated and retain the sun room, which was a very big part of this house. And that is why I thought it could be approved. Now, if we have more energy in us, I guess it has a little bit to do with energy, I would be certainly willing to go back to and think about it. But I was well aware it was individually significant, and I made the motion. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I actually thought about this a lot and prepared a statement ahead of time that I'd like to read.
Okay.
I am very bewildered by this application that is, again, back in front of this commission for further review. I cannot fathom that 4.5 years of repeated scrutiny can be called arbitrary and capricious. That would mean we are inconsistent, unfair, erratic, and haphazard in our decision-making process, which is more than insulting, it's inappropriate, it's inaccurate. The importance of the building was pointed out to us as significant by the preservation planner and others over the course of that prolonged time frame, and was considered by all the commissioners before making our united decision. This application was reviewed so many times with so many different iterations by previous architects that did not listen at all. The situation changed when Matt McEachran came on board as the architect. He consistently listened to our comments and suggestions. He integrated this input into our input into the design proposal until we felt unanimously that the design was indeed careful to leave the significant existing house intact, visible, and paid homage to its importance. It is clear to see the Eliza Coffin barn transformed structure as it has been for 100 years on the site where it had been replaced, where it replaced a previous barn structure. The additive sections are behind the house, as is typical of the evolution of a Nantucket home. The additions did move to the south, first 4 feet and 9'10" to the final section, which is almost 15 feet. While the square footage is greater than the existing home, we felt the additions were submissive enough to follow the Secretary of Interior's description of a rehabilitation project. Rehabilitation allows through repair, alterations, and additions, while preserving those portions or features which convey its historical, cultural, and architectural value. Understanding the need to alter and add to a historic building to meet continuing and new uses while retaining the building's historic character. Distinctive materials, features, and finishes that characterize the property will be retained. New additions and alterations will not destroy the character of the property. From the north, east, and west, the existing structure looks unchanged. It is very clear when looking at this building what the original portion of this house is, and it is still retained here. The sunroom feature, which is one of her trademarks, as we've been repeatedly reminded, is still existing and evident from Union Street, although without the railing on top of the roof. It is expanded in size, which would have been customary as an addition on a home in this area of Old Town Nantucket. Many of the surrounding homes have similar type of features. Perhaps the railing should be returned, which would be the only change I would consider at this point for the benefit of the Union Street view. The chimney is intact and the massing trails behind the home, which again is typical and appropriate in the evolution of these classic Nantucket homes. The main views of this alley remain both historic and in the historic and present photos as they are now. I'm looking at a picture that was provided in the packet for us. Aside from not allowing any modifications or additions to this building, which is not legal or within our purview, I feel this addition is suitable for the expansion of this building without compromising the importance of Eliza Coffin's original unique vision. You may not agree, which is your right to an opinion, but we sit here as elected board members to render our decision. Our decision was thoughtful, thorough, and cautious. I stand by our determination that this is appropriate, and I move to ratify our original decision without further review or discussion.
Thank you, Val. Stephen, Diane. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'll go. I would second your motion, but I think we might as well finish off some brief.
Yeah, no, I don't want to entertain a motion in this particular case until I've heard from everyone, but
Yeah.
I will get back to that. Thank you.
We've heard, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard this application for so long. I feel like I was tossing the hay with Eliza in the barn. And then later we sat down and had tea when she put the porch on. Look, there's no question in anyone's mind whether the HDC formally voted or not. This has been reviewed as a significant structure as meeting the criteria. I think the argument could be made that the HDC, by viewing it as significant, has designated it as such. Certainly in our proceedings, our applications, the hearings, that's how we've proceeded. We've acknowledged it and processed the final outcome. I think the concept that I appreciate Holly's comments. Those again were comments that were made during at least portions of the application's hearing. And I don't see a reason to revisit this. We acknowledge the significance of this significance status. We proceeded as if it were significant. We made our determination based upon that and what would be appropriate given that status. And even I would like to make one other point, the Appendix C under which these statuses are listed are all with respect to demolition. And this is not a demolition of a structure. It can reasonably argue that it's a partial demolition. But the Appendix C is about demolition, raising a structure. I'm not suggesting that that should be used as a tool to excuse or to allow frivolous modifications to a structure, whether it is contributing, non-contributing, significant, or protected. But that none of those things, there was no frivolity. Is that a word? Frivolity. Thank you. In the processing of this application, it has gone through several iterations. One was denied based on its merits. And this one came through with, as Commissioner Camp had stated, the request that we had made of the applicant incorporated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, it's your turn.
Well, I think over the 4+ years that we have reviewed this application, all the questions have been asked. Took some time to get some answers. My particular thoughts did not always follow the way that it was being done, as I wanted this middle section to be dropped to follow along, and some land going to the south. Being that I am, as it states in there, a Union Street resident, and I think the view up the road is important. However, I think that we did follow our rules. We followed what was there. Among not everybody had to agree about everything all the time. You come and you go and you study and you make your mind up. I think we have been dedicated to come up with an answer on this, and I think the answer that we made follows all the rules that we live by. I listened to Holly's, which made an impression on us for what was necessary, and I don't think we were arbitrary and capricious at all.
Thank you, Diane. Well, gosh, most of what I would have said has already been said by the other board members. Just a few things to note. The idea of subordinate, and I do believe that the design, the addition onto this building is subordinate, and I think the idea of using square footage as the metric of what's subordinate or not is not a particularly great way of going about it. And the example that I would use is, imagine that you have a building that's facing the road that's 1,000 square feet, but telegraphing off of the back of the building is 5,000 square feet of other building that you can't really see because of the house that's between the addition and the road. I think that the better metric in this case is you know, the visual dominance of the original building. In this case, because of the hill, the building, which is, you know, quite small, as a few of you have pointed out, is at the top of the hill, and that the building design that was approved by this board cascades down the hill, and to my mind is therefore subordinate in that sense. It also steps back away from Stone Alley, which is something that this board requested and that the applicant took care of for us. I would also like to say, although I'm sure that we're all worn down, to Abby's point about being worn down, I did not vote to approve the design because I was worn down. I voted to approve the design because I felt that the applicant had done what we had asked of him, and that created a sympathetic addition onto this historic building. Those are my thoughts. Okay, where to from here, folks?
I would just like to second and support your comments, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
I'll,
Val made a motion.
So, yeah, there was actually a motion in there that I did not entertain because I really wanted to make sure that all the board members were able to express themselves. We've done that. So Val, your motion,
all right, I'll say it again. Our decision was thoughtful, thorough, and cautious. I stand by our determination that it is appropriate and move to ratify our original decision without further review or discussion.
okay.
Is it possible perhaps to tweak that a little bit?
There's a piece that's missing out of that I
Just
wasn't in
to
there.
address the select board's concerns about
Exactly.
significant, so perhaps to the effect that just to append that appropriate for a structure to be, for those elements of the structure considered significant or something along those lines, or to have the attained status as significant. This individually significant doesn't have merit. It's not part of the appendix. It's a significant structure or contributing. And this attained a significant status as a significant structure and was acted upon it as such.
And that's right, we recognize it as such.
We recognize it and it was acted upon as such.
That it was individually significant.
Okay.
I mean, I knew.
Do you want to make?
No, I did, and I'm not trying to take it away. I just want to be sure to address their concern. So it's clear to them.
Yeah,
that we understood the remands. And
Okay.
we appreciated the opportunity to clarify this point for them.
So,
Well, I think the features are, it's implicit in our approval that the features we wish to retain are the features that we required be retained. I'm not of a mind that we need to list for the select board what it is. I don't think that's their role. I don't think it's our role. We speak in plans and we've shown in elevations those elements of the structure that need to be retained because they were of such a significance as determined to be appropriate.
Got it, Val?
no,
Okay,
I would suggest that this would be approved. Motion would be to reissue an approval based upon statements of the last few minutes to be distilled into written form and ratified at the next meeting.
like that. Can we go with that as a motion?
Unless
That allows
council
us-
sees some issue with that.
That allows us time to actually write it down.
Yeah.
Just a point of order. I don't have any concern with that, but I do think that before you issue something, you should have it approved by town council for a process point of view. Because since you have a remand, I don't know if they would suggest to you that you should be, what form you should be doing that in.
Well, but I think that you would agree with Stephen's proposal to solidify the language,
Yeah, absolutely.
written language, and then ratify it at the next meeting.
I do. I would just suggest, that the council should
Take a
affirm that.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
You got it.
Usually requires a new application on these agreements. And then you go through the paperwork again and then it goes back.
Right, we're gonna reissue, the motion was to reissue. Based
Approval, right?
with the basis being as per discussion for the last several minutes, which will be distilled into a motion for approval,
With a new seal.
which will be distilled into the basis for a motion of approval.
All right, you're gonna have to go over that with me later.
Yeah,
want to make sure all the board members, do you understand the motion and what we're doing?
Yes,
So we can move it forward?
yeah, we can also work on it Thursday.
It will, correct, right. we want to make sure the language is, the exact language is tenable. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Should I have called that Stephen's motion?
No, it's.
Would be mine.
I'm sorry, it's actually Val's motion officially. So on Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good, thank you. Thank
Chair,
you
can I
all.
ask two questions?
Yes.
Very brief. If you would like any submission from us, like a COA to sign, if you could just through staff, let us know. We're happy to provide that. And then secondly, on Val's idea of the crown or whatever she called it, I forget. If the board would like that, we'd be happy as a courtesy to submit that revision. I don't know if you want to poll the board or.
Separate
No.
application.
What?
Separate application.
Separate application.
Yeah, let's-
Even better.
Let's not muddy the water.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, everyone. All right, so now we're on to old business. First item of which I need to sit back from, and Lisa's gonna be here to take over.
All right, guys, you know the drill, 16 Easton Street. Lisa, your board is myself,
Minutes, shut her down.
Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie. And when you see it on the site plan up there, can we move the people, please? Is there some way to make them little at the top?
Oh, I know, so.
Okay, so Lisa, this is what we reviewed at the last meeting, but now we have a chance to see it in the packet. Correct.
Right, and you guys were gonna do a site viewing.
Yeah.
And then we also made a couple revisions to the design. We lowered the ridge 1 foot 4 inches, I believe. And changed those windows. That's not the right one.
I thought we also asked for it to be next to the garage. or
We
it's-
did, there's a rendering in there too.
It's not in our packet.
Oh, well, the wrong packet got posted. I haven't.
I only have one copy. When did we get something? Before we brought it on, the email.
It's Friday.
Right one?
No.
This is what I got Friday.
Lisa, would you like an opportunity to try and work this out now offline?
Well, I'm not gonna be able to work it out. I mean, Tammy's gone.
Well, how about taking it up Thursday?
Yeah, I think we need to, I would like to, in addition to, we'll hear that motion, but I would like to pin down why we don't have it. So we can, not to find fault with anyone, but we can't proceed the way we're proceeding. We need to find out where we're having cracks and fill them.
The hard copies are here.
And if it's, wherever it is, I'm not, again, it's not fault finding, but we can't operate this way. So a motion to hold till Thursday.
Sorry, the hard copies are here?
You
still, okay.
Yeah, we can do it. It's not fair to people at home if there's an abutter or an interested party.
Yes. Oh, sorry. So can I get mine?
Pardon me?
The deal with Washington Road.
No, this is too much time consuming. But in John's honor, I'll sprinkle a couple new microphones.
This is the update.
All right,
Oh.
There were just minor changes from what was in the view package. Again, we lowered the ridge by 1 foot 4 inches. And we made some revisions to the windows that face the street. So there's 6/1s, which just I felt made it a better elevation to the road. And then we provided a rendering showing the garage and the main house in the background in this building.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Will you guys, anyone have any questions while you're absorbing this?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so this is the new studio
Yeah.
and the one closest to Easton Street. We don't have a picture of that. do
Yeah,
we?
it's in the rendering.
Okay, in that,
Yeah, you see the view that's closest to Easton Street is there on the,
right, so it's also a gambrel.
yes.
Okay, all right, so, what's the question? What-
Any questions?
That was my question. I want to make sure I'm talking about the. right-
No, that's fine. Anyone else have
It-
questions?
It's this building in the rendering, it's this building here. This other building is the garage.
So what's bubbled in red is shown on the left at the end of the driveway
That's
on the
right.
left.
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions for Lisa at this point? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, this is the old Driftwood site. So any of these new structures, we need to comply with Resilient Nantucket. The gambrel dwelling is appropriate with obviously the other gambrels that you've approved on this site. The details with the flare skirt piers should match the main home, the garage. I believe that's what you see before you. And that the first floor is elevated to meet FEMA flood. I'm looking at these real quick. I just wanted to clarify about the elevation certificate, if we did get that.
Okay.
Just make sure it's consistent with what the design flood indicates on the plans. And my only comment would be that looking at the rendering is helpful, but it is 26 foot and change. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you, Holly. When you say, you said to be sure that it references what's on the plan, are you telling us that you've checked that or the FEMA?
Oh, my question is whether or not we have received the elevation certificate for this specific structure up on the lot, since each structure gets one.
Okay, and I want to take the opportunity to clarify that with any application that is in the floodplain, it is deemed incomplete and not to be accepted if it does not have the completed certificate and a ferment. That is part of our best practices. So please do not accept any such application, period. Thank
Okay.
you. Lisa, do we have that?
Well, it's the same as the other two buildings, so it's in the file.
Okay, in the ferment?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then the elevations are listed correctly on the elevations, the 10.2, I think it's 10.2.
Yeah, we've got.
No, 8.3. Wrong building, sorry.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Holly? Okay, do we have any abutters? Members of the public?
Yeah.
Mickey, you know the drill, identify for whom you're speaking.
Right, yeah, thank you, Stephen. I'm representing myself, Angus McLeod, Mary Bergman, Lucy Dillon, and Jason Leonardo Finger. And we don't have much to say about this. It's a nice looking building. It's just that it's the third building on the lot, and I think that it would be nice if it was a little more not as large, just a little more discreet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Go.
I think architecturally it fits in really great, but I was thinking the same thing Nikki is that this property is now way overdeveloped and it's just like a dense, deep, more building. And when do you just say enough is enough? And if you have to have it, I would say 1 story. The garage, you already have a garage cottage that's right up on whatever. I don't have to go into it, but I just think it's overdevelopment. But it's a good looking building.
Thank you. Next.
I would agree with the height. If the height could come down some, it would help. For sure.
Do you have a number in mind? Is there a magic?
Because it's not as easy as just lowering the height, the roof,
No, I know, but
everything will be proportional.
okay, yeah, I was looking for some additional clarification.
Oh, just
That's it.
a more subordinate structure.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me a second, I'm sorry.
I'm on.
Okay, so Abby and Diane, yeah.
Go ahead. I agree with what's been said. I think it's like the whole village down there. And it's got to come down or shrink a little bit in one way or the other so that it doesn't compete with the front right building. And that's it. That's all. It's a nice looking building, but it needs to be smaller. Shorter.
Okay, thank you.
And I agree with what's been said, that that what's missing here is like a hierarchy, like we already have the gambrel garage and we have the main house as a gambrel. It just seems over gambrelled. And if you drop the height, which I think you should, because I think it's 26 feet. I don't know what happens to a gambrel if you bring that down with, maybe this is just has a different roof line to make it subordinate to the other two buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess along that line of thought, it's a handsome structure. Bringing the height down without changing the perimeter dimensions, it's either going to be all hat or something's going to look odd. So I would suggest at least, I guess, a couple of feet in on the length and a couple of feet in the width will allow for this to drop a little bit, but you're not going to get as much out of it as it was a standard gable because you're not losing an inch per full run of one end of the gable because it's a gambrel. So it's going to give you a diminished return. I don't see making major modifications to this structure and having it with this character. I think it would have to be a completely different character. And I do believe that the gambrels are appropriate. Thank you.
Can I just say just a couple of things? We did have another building here designed with a hipped roof, and it just frankly looks very out of scale with the other buildings. And because of, and I thought the rendering was actually a pretty nice execution because it actually just looks like another wing of the house coming forward. And I thought it integrated well. And I think the thought is because of the massing that's on the lot next door, that this seemed appropriate as well for this lot. So we'll certainly take a look at trying to make it a little narrower to bring the gambrel down. But having had a one-story building there, it just doesn't feel balanced back there. The one-story building looks odd.
You have a hip on the main house on the right-hand side.
Hey, through the chair
Sorry, through the chair.
for the minutes. Go ahead,
I
Carrie.
just wonder if you should look at a smaller building with a hip roof.
Yeah, we did. We have one approved. Again, it's because through the chair, sorry, Steve, because the hipped roof is behind the garage. You don't see the hipped roof at the same time from the street. It's not perceptible from the driveway as this
Yeah.
shows you.
Well, the
So
house is obliterated now with the garage and this building, so you don't even see the house anymore.
we see the front door.
So that's a shame.
I did have one thought when I was looking at this, I was wondering if you could switch them, if a simpler building could be at the front and then that garage type at gambrel would be the studio in the middle. And then it would go back. So
Well,
you'd small,
unfortunately, we have a
medium.
foundation already poured for the
Oh,
front building.
okay. But
So
I'll
no.
make a motion to hold for some revisions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
What about Maple Day?
All right. I think you have the next. Yeah. So Matt, I believe you're up. It should be here shortly. I haven't gotten a message saying it on its way. Matt, I just want to say, Matt sent me a nice little love letter and I really appreciate it. Feel special.
You got it.
No, in all seriousness, the decorum we try to maintain here is, it's a little bit of a give and take. Sometimes a lot more take. And there's, nothing, we put it up. Harry, would you please stop?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to have a
really-
serious comment here. The idea. Okay, I'm just gonna skip it. Let's move on to the.
Thank you. And I appreciate that.
All right, Matt, when you see it up.
Okay, with your permission, I'll just run through the changes. So this is an application for a new single family dwelling. It's Maple Lane, which is off of Rugged Road. Is it Rugged? Yeah. I think everyone's familiar with where it is. And so when you saw this application previously, we actually had a gable forward design. and the building was connected to the garage. So the bigger changes that we've made is to the primary massing so that it's now eave forward. We've got a series of shed dormers across the front. We've detached the garage. So those are the bigger changes. If we could scroll down to, I think it's 2.3, we did a few perspectives to show the house next door. It was a valid point. I think, Abby, you had pointed out that you wanted a little bit more variety within the subdivision, which I think there is, but I thought it was a great point to not have two gable forward structures next to each other. Esmeralda, can we go down to, I think it's 2.3. So we've, that's a great shot there. So basically what it is, the house on the left is a already approved structure that's under construction now. And this is our proposal on the right. And I think the idea is that they complement each other, but they're also different enough. One final thought or suggestion, just while looking at the structure, we have a one-story additive mast on the left street side elevation. It's actually a cross gable. And I've just been looking at it and wondering why we're doing that. I think we could actually just go with a straight gable forward. It's got like 2 1-foot jogs and its footprint, so it could just simplify things. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you missed it.
I missed the cross cable business.
Matt, could you repeat the last segment?
Sure.
Cable.
Which elevation are you talking about?
It would be if you go up one sheet, the front elevation. If you look, it's a very subtle cross gable. So all the way to the left, there's an intersecting gable that comes off the left. I think it's superfluous. I think we could just simplify that, just make it a slightly wider gable by a foot.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Questions? None? Would someone like to begin?
I think that's a good suggestion, because if you look at the cross gable piece of that, it's a 5 pitch.
Yeah.
On that
Okay.
north elevation.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate the changes.
Okay. Carrie, you want to go?
Yeah, I do too. I think it appears less tall this way as well, which is interesting because the ridge is probably the same height.
It is, yeah.
running across. But yeah, I appreciate it. I also appreciate taking the separating the 2 buildings, but not having the breezeway.
Abby or Diane?
I agree with what's been said.
Diane?
Me too.
I do too. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any
With-
opposed?
With the cross gable going away on the,
Okay.
Okay,
Name the elevation though. I didn't catch
I
that.
believe it's west,
Yeah.
left-hand, 1-story mass.
Diane, that's okay?
Yep.
And that's through staff.
Yeah.
yes,
Okay. So the west end cross gable
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
takes a
north-
hike.
Yep.
Okay.
north 5 pitch goes away.
All in favor, say aye, just to be sure.
all right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Matt, we're going to do the garage.
Thank you.
And then we're going to turn the AC off in here.
It's right under this. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I can start.
Yeah, please go.
Okay, so this, not dramatic changes. We did adjust the pitch slightly. We lowered the height, made some adjustments to the shed dormers, reduced the window size. Those are some of the comments that the board had made previously. Again, probably the most significant is that we detached the structure from the main house. So fairly simple structure, all the details to match the main house. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Concerns? Anyone? Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. See how quick some of these can go?
Why is the pizza?
Pizza's here. Okay, now we're on to new business.
Well, how about a 5-minute break?
Pizza,
And you don't have to rush through your pizza.
there you go.
All right.
Okay, 5-minute break.
We could do that. That would be so easy to do the West York demo though, from the fire loss.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's easier.
5 minutes, it's no big deal.
My arm on.
It's still-
Hmm. Okay, oh, I got it. There, I'm on. So we're under new business now. What the heck? Sorry, bear with me. Okay, first item of which is 12 West York. House fire demo. Somebody to rep this? Come on up. I'm not sure you need to say an awful lot about this, but oh, really?
My name's Kevin Green.
Hi.
I was the caretaker of the property. Can you hear this?
Diane?
Is it on?
I think it's on.
Bring it right in, Kevin. You'll hear it in here.
Okay. My hearing's going too as long.
There you go.
So, yeah, I do represent the owners. I was caretaker of the property. There's nothing left to it. Property was built in the 1980s, made to look like a historic structure and built with historic materials, square nails and everything else. It's a real heartache to see it go like this, but it happened. And it's now a danger with what's left and remaining, and we have to level it and take it down. So we brought it here to get permission to put in a permit for demolition. The house will be raised, the garage will remain. And if there are any questions, I try to answer them.
Okay, very good. I think it's pretty straightforward. Holly, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that this is a 1986 non-contributing within the OHD. Sadly, there was a fire in February of this year. Obviously, remarking on what Kevin just mentioned, that the this structure obviously non-contributing, but it actually had those character features of a Nantucket 3-bay with a central chimney. So I'm hopeful that whatever comes afterwards would also reminisce of that era. So obviously it's a shame, but no concerns.
Okay, thanks. Members of the public, Mickey?
No concerns.
Okay, very good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. Anybody have any issues with that? Otherwise, I'm going to take it to a vote. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, thanks a lot for your.
Thank you all very much, and
Yeah.
thanks for what you do to the community. We help.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, 25 Willard, Matthew. Okay,
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
yep.
Okay, so this is an application for a move on site and a renovation. The house dates from 1930. And we're basically retaining majority of the structure, making some adjustments to it. Obviously, it's in the floodplain, so we do have to elevate it to comply with the floodplain. We've tried to keep the renovations to a minimum in terms of existing fabric. So we really tried to take a hands-off approach to the existing structure, if you will. Starting on the site plan might be helpful. So you can see in a very light dash blue line, it shows the orientation and location of the house now. And what we're doing is pulling it a bit closer to the road and rotating it slightly so it's parallel to the road. We're not changing the orientation of the front door. The front door currently is the north elevation, which does not face the street, but we thought it was important to maintain that orientation. And so we're just rotating it a few degrees. We do have Conservation Commission approval for this. There are adjacent wetlands. That blue line, I believe, represents the 25, and then the orange is the 50. So part of the Conservation Commission approval was to see if we could pull the structure as far out of the 25 as possible. So that's one of the reasons, parallel reasons for rotating the structure and pulling it further out of the 25 if we can. There is an existing garage on site. We plan to move that to the location that's indicated at the north portion of the property. That application is, I think if it hasn't already been submitted, it's going to track behind the main house. As far as the house is concerned, if you go to sheet 1, we thought this was helpful just to show the portions of it's a axonometric, just showing the areas of demolition. And the point of that is just to show, what parts we're removing and replacing. For the most part, anything we're removing, we're replacing just in a new form, but just wanted to be clear about what we're doing there. Starting at the elevation sheet, which is sheet A2.1. So that's the north elevation. And so probably the largest change is obviously lifting the building, which is a requirement for flood compliance. But the probably most dramatic change is this addition on the right side of the north elevation. It's technically a story and a half. The second floor ceiling height is not high. Those windows are actually pretty low. So if you're standing next to those existing second floor windows in the main mass, they come up to about like your shins. So we thought with the addition to create a subsidiary mass, we would drop the plate height and implement a transom dormer. That dormer style is found on the house in another, I think it's on the south elevation. So we thought that was an appropriate style to emulate. We are proposing a roof walk. That's the majority of the changes on the north. South elevation. You can also see that we have the comparative elevations just to show you what the existing is versus the proposed. So not dramatic change there, with the exception of some scabbed on, sheds, if you will. We thought that it was best to just remove those. That existing 3-season porch is existing. We're just expanding it slightly. You can also see the backside of the dormer, or the addition that's on the north, and you can see that shed dormer. If you go to the next sheet, east elevation. So this faces away from Willard towards the wetlands. So I feel like this is not overly visible, but it is an existing covered porch. We want to keep the roof form intact, but enclose it as finished space. We're also proposing to add a set of French doors and a balcony off that deck as well. And then obviously the roof walk, I think that's it. Actually, sorry, west elevation, which is on A2.2. So that's the profile of the addition from the street. We're also adding, we did make some minor modifications to the stairs. We need, we're coming up higher from the grade, so we actually have more stairs. And so we tried to be as thoughtful as possible with those changes. And then finally, the next sheet is just some axons for context. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Holly, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 25 Willard is a contributing structure, HDC survey on file. It's called Salt Air, circa 1930. This is in our next line of surveying. So our surveyors were down there last month, and this is on the list. This proposal will require, because it's being elevated, so we'll need that elevation certificate, comply with resilient Nantucket design guidelines, historic determination, because this is a historic structure, and a window survey for the, because there's proposals to change windows. On that note, SDL windows are not appropriate on a historic dwelling. Roof walk is massive, should be revised. Friendship stairs are not appropriate on this style of dwelling. Remove one side. Retain the characteristics seen from Willard with the exposed rafter tails, the placement of the dwelling cantered towards the road, understanding it's being moved because of the wetlands. The front facing the ocean and Hulbert Avenue. The side addition, which faces the street, the west, makes the elevation complicated, and the two gables and flanking shed dormers. Appreciate that they are kin to the existing facing the street. The addition should be subordinate and not busy. Overall, the changes to take this simple seasonal structure, make it a little complicated with the proposed friendship stairs, roof walk, and second story balcony with French doors. Do appreciate the retention of other character defining features. Site plan indicates that the existing garage will be relocated on site. Thank you for mentioning that application is forthcoming, and we will make sure that it's being tracked. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Members of the public, including Mickey.
Yes, thank you, Ray. So the addition facing Willard Street is just too large and overwhelms the main mass as seen from the street. If the gable end was a few feet narrower, it would be a more appropriate scale and be more subordinate. The windows on that west elevation could have a more organized arrangement. The first floor windows should relate better to the second floor. The friendship stairs are not appropriate. The existing skirt boards on the house have spaces between the slats, giving it kind of a lighter feel, and then it's a feeling of open space but beneath the cottage. The tight skirt boards shown make it kind of a heavier look. If they could space those boards a little bit, maybe paint them black behind it, it might give the appearance of a more an elevated structure on piers. And also the roof walk is too big. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Anybody else before I take it to the board? Okay. Board members, your opinions, please. Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
And
Could you turn Diane's mic on, please?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The roof walk is too big. I agree with what's been said about removing the friendship stairs and having only one. How much foundation did you have to raise on this building?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's around 4 to 5 feet. Not raised it from what it is now, but the finish is about 5 feet. I think it's dimensioned on the set.
It makes it hard looking at it. The stairs almost go up to like a second story rather than just to the first story. I don't know, one would wish they didn't have to go up so high. I think definitely whatever was said about the windows, that they have to be TDLs. And I don't mind the west elevation proposed. As far as the windows, they all seem to be the same size, second floor, first floor. The east, how close are they? Is this to the next property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's fairly far away, just given the wetlands.
Okay. I didn't know whether it was so close. I would like to see, I guess, what are you going to do with the windows on the north elevation, second floor? They are staying as they are?
Yes.
Okay. And that's staying. I don't know, I think the hardest thing is the amount of height that you have to put in there to get to it. And somehow that sleeping porch sort of thing on the east elevation, perhaps you would have windows that weren't 6/6s. Maybe a window that goes well with a porch area. It's just very busy on that east elevation altogether with the French doors and the windows on the side. It makes that elevation very, very busy. So that's about all for now that I would say.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val, you ready?
Yeah. I don't want to repeat what everybody's already said. I actually don't think that a roof walk's appropriate on this building at all, unless it's completely open. It detracts from the simplicity, I think, of the historic structure. On the north, instead of a triple window on the additive mass, I think it would be better if it was two separated windows. I agree with comments about the friendship stairs. The east, if that bottom floor, which is now a porch getting turned into a inside space, it doesn't read as a porch that's been closed in with all those windows the way they are. It would be better, I think, if there's banks of like two windows and then something that looks like it would be a post. Just some sort of separation that's yeah, doesn't look like a porch. And then I would just say on the east to eliminate one of the French doors and make it a single, so it's simple like the rest of the building. And the two little windows in the gables on the west and the east could be eliminated and keep the simplicity of the structure that's there. And that's all I have.
Okay, Val, thanks a lot. Abby.
Well, so back to the front north. So when I first saw this, I was thinking, why not mitigate those friendships? Yes, I was thinking maybe bring the front porch all the way around the front, but then you lose this beautiful simplicity of this 1930s house or whatever it is, 1940s. So I scratched that idea, but I think the right-hand side, I'm getting those windows, I would drop that secondhand mass on the right, and I think that I like the idea of a little dormer in there, but once you drop it, you might have to come up with something else. I agree. I think the roof walk is taking away from this original historic structure. I think on the east elevation where you have on the second floor where you have the, windows, French door combination, I think it's overwhelming, and I'd like to see that either you shingle in the balcony there so it's not so, I don't want to see so much fenestration on that second floor of the east, because it's, I think it's simple the way you have it with the sun porch, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby.
And of
Do you-
course,
oh, you weren't on?
it doesn't.
Oh,
You have a good speaking voice, Abby. Everyone
Yeah.
heard you.
Steven.
Matt, I agree on the dormer. I think for me, it throws off proportions of the smaller second story windows, how they relate to the rest of the primary facade. And I think it complicates the relationship with that dormer you've added. I think the dormer may be successful without the roof walk. I think I agree on the south elevation, and the east elevations with respect to the porch concept, but for me, it's a little bit different. Historically in that area, windows were oversized porch windows. And I think, like almost a double-sized window per each location versus two double hungs, and then integrating the post concept. And the other thing is I think you could lower the shingle line on both of those elevations and then drop a waterboard of fascia. I think that will help with the presentation of the perception of heights, and both with respect to the skirt and with respect to the porch structure. And those are really my only concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay, Stephen, thank you. I like to that point about the skirt board, and I like the idea of dropping the shingle line down. That's a good one. Like Mickey's idea of putting spaces between the boards, which is typically done down there. Maybe that was just a drafting thing. the roof walk on this building for some reason looked like it's so massive that it's going to crush the building. So I'm kind of a mind. My first preference would be to see it go, take a hike, as our old friend said. Second from that would be have it unskirted so that it had a lighter feel like the rest of the building. And I'm on board with the friendship stair. Those are my main issues. Okay, shall we move for some revisions?
Hold for a few revisions.
Sounds good to me. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
If we can also get the elevation information.
Yeah.
We'll get that.
Please.
Sorry.
That should be a
Submit
standard.
that. Thank you.
We shouldn't even.
Yeah, Matt, I just want to reiterate a comment earlier is we're going to start to enforce that applications that don't come in with a certificate and the format are incomplete. We're not going to do it tomorrow, but it's going to start happening.
I apologize. I think we
No,
just
it's
missed it.
just,
Yeah.
you know, we got to change that. It's not a big deal. It's just get the information out to people.
Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, thanks. Mirka, your turn.
Good evening.
Hi.
So I believe that's the Westchester, right? Yeah. Yeah, 19 Westchester. So that's the application for the hardscape. If you zoom out, I will give you time. And so this is existing house, and if Jonathan, if you don't mind to go to the second page of the existing conditions. So currently there are two properties, 19 and 19 and a half, which is in the back, which we did the hardscape a few years back, I believe pre-COVID or like 4 or so years. The owner purchased the front unit. So these buildings kind of functioned before as a 2 separate buildings with lots of parking, which you can see on the images. It's a paved parking, and it's kind of extend to the brick parking in the back. With some kind of old patio, brick patio between the structures. So what the client would like to do, we would like to create some nice courtyard garden. They would like to add the shed, which is not part of this application. It's still under the design. But as you can see now, Jonathan, if you don't mind to go to the proposed, yeah. So we would like to shrink the parking in the front of the shed, practically just reduce it to the bare minimum, accommodate 2-car parking, then with the shed, create little transitioning to the area where the existing brick patio is currently, and practically offset the patio from the building. It will be the similar size, but more surrounded with the garden. Instead brick, just to use the bluestone because that's something what they have in a back. So just kind of bring the same language to the front. The patio would be not visible. Transitioning between the shed would be, again, enclosed with some nice hedges and gardens. So, and the parking mostly, which would be the visible, and it's currently asphalt, we would like to change to the brick, since we will have a lots of brick on site from the initial old brick patio, just to reuse it for a parking instead and get rid of the pavement. And I think that's would be all for this application right now. And open
Okay,
to the
thank
comment
you,
there. Thank you.
Mirka. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the structures upon the lot are the former Nantucket Cottage Hospital nurses' residences. Pretty cool. Circa 1820, and I believe the back one is circa 1893. Changing the material from asphalt driveway to brick driveway is appropriate. However, I want to note that the plans don't indicate what that exactly will look like. What would the bonding pattern be? What are the dimensions? Does it comply with zoning bylaw chapter 139-20.1? And then obviously, does that include the existing concrete apron? I want to notate the flanking properties have historic concrete sidewalk and apron. So it would be appropriate to change just the asphalt driveway and not the concrete apron. Same for the walk from the stoops to the town sidewalk. That should just go up to the sidewalk. Also, bluestone patio, I don't believe is appropriate within the OHD. Brick is more of an appropriate material. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey, anything?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have much in the way of concerns. I agree with Holly about the bluestone patio. The only comment I have is that if the shed is not built, I mean, this is predicating the shed being there.
Mhm.
What happens to that space? Is that going to be brick or what is it now? I think it seems maybe this should track with the shed so that we know that there will be a shed there before you just approve a plan showing a shed on it. So that's up to you. Thank you.
Got it. Could you just speak to that for a moment, Mirko? Like what is the status of the shed?
It's still under the design and it's actually your office. I just realized.
it is?
I'm so sorry. Yes,
Oh,
it
well,
is.
guess somebody's recusing from.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I should have thought of it.
It's not.
No.
Yeah,
no.
and so the
I
shed
meant
is
the
not
property.
even, the client is hoping to add the shed, but it's still not even like design. What he did try to do to answer Mickey's question, in meantime, we would just allocate, because the client is interested to make a nicer appeal for the structure. Right now, the pavement parking is very unattractive. So they would like to change the parking. They would like to create nice clean area in the back, if it's a bluestone or brick, and then allocate the space for a future shed, which would be landscaped in meantime, just to answer the question.
Okay,
Because shed might not happen for maybe season or two.
gotcha. Any questions from members of the commission? So your board is Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Connie. With the chair recused.
Correct.
Would like to begin. Abby?
I'm okay with the submitted as it is.
Okay. Any concerns? Anyone else? Motion? No?
I have a question.
Okay.
Is there any retaining? It doesn't seem like there's retaining and the drive goes up and it looks like right now that little brick funky area is retained, or there's a couple of steps up.
And so that's correct. So we would like to, as you can see, the driveway itself kind of slopes up. So by eliminating the hardscape, I would just like to utilize the slope itself and just work with the pavers at grade. So I don't need any retaining, and I don't want to build any, especially if the shed comes later. So I would just really like to work with the natural grade of the driveway going up, and potentially there might be maybe two risers just set on top of each other to help with the transitioning, but no retaining on the lower level. There is, however, the existing retaining closer to the upper house, which would be reused and salvaged as it is and extended.
Thank you. Any other questions, Bill?
Yeah, it just looks like there's 4 steps up from where it says future shed.
So again, we will excavate all the portion of the shed, which would be like 12 to 15 feet, whatever the size will end up being. And if you follow the profile of the house and the planting itself, it just raised naturally. And then there are the brick steps are kind of just like holding it together. So I feel like I can get away with any retaining and just work with the hardscape risers. Yeah.
So, Mirka, I just want to follow up on that. What is your transition going to be from the grade at the location of the future shed? 4 steps closer, not up the steps, but 4 steps closer to the patio. Is that going to be a slope or is that going to be retainage?
The risers at grade, and then shed itself eventually would like help to retain closer to the patio. But right now I would have a space to just grade it.
So it'll be sloped between the patio to the left and the right of the stairs towards the shed?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear.
Yeah.
Val, does that address your?
Yeah, so it kind of looks like what it does now.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Just a little patty massage grade around a few inches just to really avoid the retaining.
Any other questions? Concerns?
No.
Diane?
In the pictures you got several areas where the patio or whatever is raised. Coming in the driveway, you'll see a raised thing. Is there some reason why all that stuff is raised?
I think Diane's asking, is there like a natural condition that is addressing?
You mean, if I am just, I'm looking at the exist, it's just the patio is leveled and the driveway, they kept the slope drivable because they have to still access the parking, which you can see in the third picture on the top. There's still follow up the parking behind. So right now, this just slope naturally goes up. Once I don't have the condition of drivable, like I don't need to bring the car up. So I'm just not, I guess I'm just not sure if I understand the question. I'm sorry that I missed.
Diane, the existing, it's primarily revolves around the existing grade, but with the new design, they're working to not add, they're not going to be adding any retainage.
Yeah.
Does that help answer your
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I think it'll work out, but I just think that to keep it as simple as possible back there, not have, I guess, other was done for retainage, but shouldn't be that much necessity for the retainage on in that area of Westchester. But anyway, I like to see the driveway go, because it's really ugly. So that's what I go along with what they have suggested.
Gary?
For Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Connie.
I agree. I think the removal of that asphalt will be nice and replaced with brick. I don't have any concerns.
Motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
And may I just clarify, if I may quickly, for just Holly's, is the preferable pattern? And it's whatever you prefer would be. It's a running bone or, yeah, and I was told it's running bone. Perfect.
And leave the cement wall.
And yeah, exactly. We would not touch
As the
nothing
apron.
past the public, but yeah.
I was okay with it.
Yeah, my motion was through staff.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank
Good.
you.
You got a couple more. Don't go anywhere. You're back up.
Yeah.
From these.
You recuse from these two, okay.
And I'm gonna set off, so we give our
Okay,
alternates.
so we get both Connie and Carrie, okay? And before you so Lisa texted me to say that the error of the drawings for her project at Easton Street, I'm looking for the address, 16 Easton Street. Tammy sent the wrong drawings. So that was the genesis of that.
Well, we got to see them.
Yeah, okay, she just wanted you guys to know. All right, so Canterbury.
So it's a Canterbury, it's a corner lot.
Yep.
The architecture was approved a few weeks back. Now I'm in front of you for the hardscape. Again, it's a corner lot, but and we try to push everything as close as to the like northwest property line as away from the Canterbury Street. There's already some pre-existing planting, natural planting. And as you know, as I work on a few projects in Canterbury, I hope I prove that we can enhance the existing screening the way that we really fully create the privacy along the landscape of the streetscape. I would say for the Canterbury already has the little berming. So I would like to just engage more with the berming, help with some transitioning to just make sure any of this will not be visible at the time of inspection. That's all for the selection of material. Using again a cobblestone apron because that's something, or I'm sorry, Belgian block, because that's something as per the planning board rules with the shell driveway. So that's pretty much for the Canterbury guidance, and then some boardwalk at grade with the bluestone patio around the pool. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Canterbury is that 1970s subdivision that only had a couple houses in it until a few years ago. And when the main house came in, staff was concerned with the proposed site layout during the review. So the proposed landscaping along the street obviously will have to block the proposed 14 by 34 pool and that sharp bluestone patio. However, the second application is the pergola. So I won't speak on that, but that's all I'm really concerned on the visibility, but knowing that the subdivision does have those bermings, as America had mentioned, hopefully that will help supplement what she's proposing to do. Just want to notate too that the boardwalk concept actually isn't appropriate because it is within other properties within the Canterbury subdivision. So it is an appropriate feature. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, anything?
No, no, thanks.
Okay. Very good. All right, folks. What do you think?
Can I have a question?
Yep.
Of course.
Do you have any photos of the site now? Isn't it completely like bulldozed now with construction?
I don't.
Is some of
bother
the, is some of the vegetation existing on the street?
It's still there, like, it's a low vegetation, but it's enough that it's kind of like, it's not tall, but it's thick as of now. It's not cleared yet. Yeah, it's not clear. The properties are
next to the pool.
I'm sorry.
It'll be tempting for them to clear quite a lot of it for grass next to the pool, so. I wonder if some, it would be nice to know what kind of plants you have, because you've got a lot of notes around the pool, but what kinds of things are you gonna grow? I know there's a lot of privet out there.
Yeah,
She
so
has
if,
pictures of.
Jonathan, if you don't mind to scroll to the lower. So naturally, if I may just kind of clarify, there's an existing scrub oaks, bayberries, viburnum. So it's really thick, low vegetation, which is naturally there. The lot is untouched as of now. The Jonathan, if you don't mind to scroll a little up higher. So we will be just proposing the mix to enhance the with a combination of native shrubs and trees. Bring some cedars, bring some more hawthorn, bring some more again viburnum bayberries. So everything what is kind of help. It's a natural vegetation, because again, we have a deer, so we want to be proactive in that sense, plus combination of the berms. I feel very confident that we will screen this pool.
And the cabana's not done yet, so maybe the cabana can help if it's.
I'm sorry, I just have a hard time.
Yeah, no, if the vegetation can't do it, the cabana is not complete, so maybe they can think about the cabana blocking.
Potentially, yeah, if they will choose to, yeah, it's just a future as a placeholder, but yes, when
Right.
that come in
It's a
front of
large
you.
Pool and along the length of the street, it has to be invisible. That's all.
Mhm. Correct. Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
Rico, may I ask Mark a question?
Sure.
Is the collector also known as Summer Sweet?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
And you're using the white Summer Sweet. Okay.
The native one, yes, correct.
You got to put in some non-deciduous stuff. The things you've got, the red cedar should be good, and the Japanese cedar. The bayberries sometimes stays. I think it's important as you come along there, the view is of that pool is pretty clear coming down Cannondale. So I think the garage, if indeed it gets built, will help cut that view down. Otherwise, I would make the hedge or the planting along the border there, not on the street side, but at the foot of the pool. make it quite solid, because I think that's a direct view coming in Cannondale there that you look ahead. But I think your selection of the other ones, just, I guess you have to have some more non-deciduous ones, because I know the summer suite doesn't hold up in the winter here. And I would like, what do you got for the bluestone patio? Instead of having it so neat, can we have a little bit of uneven type bluestones?
Meaning as a irregular bluestone or just uneven edges, a little bit more like a more natural edges?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely do a little more natural
I
edges.
think this is a good place to have sort of natural stuff.
Yeah.
And that would be good. And if you cut the view down, it's gonna go around the pool, so you may get a glimpse of it. I just think a more natural one is good. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of pools on street. And I don't understand why this is called Canterbury when the driveway is on Sleet Wing. And I have always thought that this application should be cited to Canterbury with the pool in the back. I would have been for it, but now that it's actually on Sleet Wing, it's not on Canterbury. So I don't know why it's even called 11 Canterbury, but yeah, so I'm just in my head already, I can think of 3 swimming pools on roads that I can see right through in this time of year. And
Tell me where. I mean, not now, but tell me,
oh,
because we probably can.
Okay,
do an
yeah.
enforcement on this.
after class.
Mhm.
Okay. Anyway, so that's my thing. And then if Diane's talking about vegetation because we don't want to see this swimming pool from Canterbury. So that's a problem. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie.
Same concerns with the visibility of the pool. What's stated here, you're certainly gonna see it because it's not like a big thick hedge, like Carrie was saying, so definite concerns.
Okay. So there wasn't much discussion on anything other than the visibility of the pool.
Would help if I will provide like cross section with the landform and the more specific planting selection. Because actually, if I may just, I get more screening. The idea is to create beautiful natural buffer, which has multiple layers. So if you just think of hedge, the hedge doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't create screening. And it's not really on a Canterbury, not along the main strip. There are a few houses, but
Right
then,
next door, there's a really thick hedge that
Yeah.
you can't see through.
yeah.
Um,
But to double it with the natural vegetation. So if you would prefer, we can combine the hedge in it to really thicken it. But I am very confident with, and to just correct Diane, we would use cedar and cryptomerias, which are evergreens. So I have already mixed some evergreens buffer, and intent is in all my effort to make sure that this, once it's completed, would not be visible and fully screened.
Okay.
But I think we can do better than.
You'll be growing new stuff, so for quite a while, it won't be full. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking like some sort of fence in all your plantings on the side of on the street side of the fence and plantings on the inside of the fence to really just make sure it's never seen. It's a really long pool and it's all along Canterbury.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, well, so at the end of the day, like with all pools, we're going to attach the proviso that, not seen at time of inspection. So it's kind of incumbent on you to give enough screening so that Billy's not going to see it. Having said that, maybe we should just do a closer look at the plantings along that street and the berm and a section so that we can get a better handle.
No problem.
And maybe take up the suggestion of the fence or whatever.
No problem.
Should we move that in that direction?
Yeah, that's a good thing to do.
Can you get some photographs from Canterbury
Well,
looking?
yeah.
And the house is in progress, right?
No, it just got approved by the
It's not.
HDC.
Oh,
No, it's
okay.
it's
There's
untouched.
so
So
much
there's
money out there.
Sorry, yeah, but this one is
Okay.
untouched,
So
yeah.
it's really gonna be hard to be able to tell
Mhm.
if it's not, if the site's not cleared yet.
So do you want a motion for slight revisions?
Yeah, like
Photographs,
more
natural-
information about the
Yeah.
planting and the berm and the section.
Right,
Yeah. Is that your motion?
yes.
Okay. There's Diane's motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so why don't we review, you want to review the
I would just,
pergola while we're at it?
I would just hold the pergola then with the pool.
Hold
if
the
that's
pergola?
okay. Yeah.
Okay, fair
Done
enough.
as well.
All
Thank
right,
you.
all right, thanks. That means that we're now on to old business of March 21st. And there you are,
Hello.
Ethan. And there you are, Stephen, because you're chairing.
All right, Ethan, welcome. When you see your
Good evening.
site plan, go ahead. Your board is myself, Diane, Abby, and Connie. Don't forget to turn on your mic when you're talking next time. I just heard you going. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I always thought it was allowed. now.
Oh, yeah.
You were casual.
There should be some reduced sets in here that'll be easy to review on screen.
This is 35 Monomoy, right?
I don't know why they're not.
Yes.
Huh.
And we're just waiting for the old clockwise flip-a-roo.
This,
Adrian is highly skilled. He can see these things and upside down and backwards.
this looks like the previous submission.
All right. Is there more to follow in this particular application packet, or can we find another one?
I did bring a hard copy but only one.
Yeah, I'm strongly trying to frown upon those. We're just so much more efficient when we actually have things up and running. We'll give him another 30 seconds here. Not that the pressure's on, Adrian. Tick tock, tick tock. The drawings.
Oh, rather important.
Yeah, what's is it just shutters?
Yeah, we just added the shutters and we changed.
Why
the
don't we,
front
why don't we
door.
talk about colors?
Sure, there was, and we provided, which would have been helpful.
Yeah, pass it out. Let's go.
I had an idea.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I forgot my,
Your swatch.
my Folger blue.
Yeah, so there was a question if we could find a lighter color than shoulder.
Yeah.
Blue, so we added some.
Are you hoarding those? Can we look at them? Oh, this is your reference set.
Reference, and this is the sample of color. We think that the HC 145 is the closest to Folger blue. It's a little lighter, but any one of those.
Yeah. So can I go, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ethan, the only thing I'll say, you really got to recalibrate your printer. Because the green is very, very,
Ooh la la.
Hawaiian?
it's hard to see what we're looking at.
Hawaiian.
Yeah,
Mr.
Hawaiian.
Chair.
We're not proposing the green.
Yes, no, I'm just, if that's off, I'm wondering what else. Okay, Abby, go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
I was thinking about you and I was thinking about, sort of the light pastels that are up around Monomoy Hill, whatever it's called. And I was thinking that the Folger blue might be a little strong. And if we just cut it in half, and I'm sure they could do that at Marine, you'd still have the Folger blue, but it would not be as intense. It would be more like a sort of a medium pastel. So that's my thought.
It would be a full blue as opposed to a full old Folger blue.
Be a full blue. Yeah, I get it.
Mr. Chair,
A faded.
Abby, I'm sorry, Holly.
sorry, I did have comments on the
go
revisions. So again, this structure is a non-contributing circa 1988 within Monomoy Heights. The proposed door and shutter color is a hue lighter than the existing door color, and I do think it's appropriate based on the other colors that are in the area. While the proposed front door and side lights, which are not on the screen yet, are atypical, the pane configuration and the pane size matches the existing 12/12 windows, and I do think that's appropriate. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a butters?
I don't see any.
All right, any other questions? Comments? Motions?
It's the door too that you guys are looking at. It's not just the color.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a clarification. Thanks, Sally. On the door, that's a natural finish?
Correct, proposing
Varnish?
natural.
And it is going to be a varnish, a matte, a satin?
It would be a matte, but it would be treated for durability purposes.
Okay. And the wood is?
Mahogany.
Mahogany. Okay, thank you. I guess my only thought on this is although I would really like just to pick a blue that I think is super appropriate. Would like a historical, I think we should be making color choices based upon at least a historical reference. So, and I'm not to delay this, but it needs to be anchored in something, to my mind. So what do you have that's closest to the Folger blue?
To me, it looks like the HC 145 is the closest to the Folger blue. Because that's the HEC color swatches, and then we just picked a couple other swatches that are actual colors.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Can you list the number? I'm sorry. Can you list
Sorry,
the number again? HC.
It's a-
Hold up so I can see it.
Van Cortlandt.
I wish I brought my fan of colors, but. Didn't.
Check the one, see that you're suggesting.
Okay, so that the upper left is the one that, and then it seems like the half of that is the Falmouth blue in the middle
That one.
right most.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
perfect.
lighter by more than half. Okay, good.
Oh, are these the?
picking up.
So, oh yeah, those are the actual. Thank you.
Oh,
And the
That's
HC 145. Yeah, once that's up there and fades out a little bit, I'll pass this on to you, Abby. I'm sorry. There you go.
stand up anywhere. I'm about to faint.
And then don't forget we have Connie on this. Connie, do you have thoughts on color? You want to see the swatches?
Blue is a better blue.
You can
I
see the
think-
swatches. We can wait.
This is the problem with doing colors on a board. Everybody's gonna have their
Yeah.
favorite color.
Which color? I think that's color is soft.
Here are some
Can
real.
we agree with the procedure that it should be as close to the Folger blue, but perhaps a shade lighter? Is at least there's bounding it with a historical reference.
We gotta pick out the Folger.
Mr.
HC
Chair,
145 was
what-
the closest.
Could I ask?
Yeah.
What is there a precedence for
You-
wooden doors up there? I'm just sort of. Yes, there is. Okay, thank you.
That's it, that Folger blue, and then it would go down to like this one,
Yeah,
which is better than this one. This is brighter, which is not what Folger is. So I guess that would be the,
the HC 145.
yeah,
And I'm gonna let Connie see this. too. Okay, Connie, here you go, Folger blue, and then we're looking at the one in the upper left as a potential close.
Yeah.
Without being quite as dark. The lighter brother. Okay, any other thoughts? Connie, comments? Is there a motion?
What's the number on the one?
HC 145.
Ooh. Van Cortlandt blue?
Was that a
That's-
good ooh or a not so?
No,
good
it
ooh?
looks pretty stormy to me. It looks like a gray.
it has a little green in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like a close cousin to Folger. I'm gonna ask that we move this along.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't think so. It's gonna be another hour. until we decide on the color.
It can't be the color of your logo. Because it's a little too bright. Okay, how about a motion for HC 145? Van Cortlandt blue as a pilot.
Yeah, we can see if it's awful. Well,
It's not gonna be off.
Pilot just means that if we screwed up, we've got something to back up on.
You're never going to be able to tell the difference between this blue and like
Yeah.
all the other swatches that we post when it's up. If it's in the shade, if it's 10 o'clock in the evening or morning.
Is there we could do it in visible green. Is there a motion? HC 145.
but motion to do the 1 foot AC 145.
Okay, Van Court blue.
And the door?
Yeah, through staff.
See it one more time quickly.
Oh,
Oh.
they're taking volunteers on the sign committee.
Anyway, it's gonna fade.
All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
That was a tough one.
Now you get to chair, Abby.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Reason. 17 Pleasant.
So this one, I was wondering if we could either hold it or sort of push it to the next agenda.
The landscaping.
The client's coming next week, so we want to just meet. Yeah, ideally.
What's the next one? 17 Pleasant. Or South Valley.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
you have a request to move this until next Tuesday.
we do.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of that moving till next Tuesday?
Aye.
That's enough.
Yeah,
I'm in
you
favor.
didn't even
too.
need to do that.
No.
You're
So
up again,
next one
Abby.
is
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
up again.
South Valley.
Yeah.
No, Valley.
Yeah, through staff.
Is that the color one?
No,
This is the color.
Oh, okay, because I just wrote it down.
Oh, wait.
Okay, but you're chairing for South Valley.
Okay. Okay. Hi there.
Hey, Ethan.
Would you like to go?
Yes, this is a new house. And it was held because of the northwest elevation, I guess. The grade was straightened out. And so the revision was held to show the actual grade. And then they did a cross section through the property from road to road. So that red line represents, if you go to the last page, will show the elevation, I guess, of the road to road. But that particular side of the house shows the real grade and how we're going to build it. You know, showing the exposed foundation, which is stone.
Or
Let's
South
see,
Valley.
Sports house. Do we have any, Holly, you're not, then,
Nobody from HSAP, so,
let's see, do we have a board on this?
Yeah. You, Diane, Val, Harry, Jesse's out. Oh,
Anybody ready?
Connie could actually sit on it.
yeah.
Oh, could you?
Sure. I believe we just held this for more information on the grade. And he's provided that, and I have no concerns now.
Thanks, Val. Connie? Or,
Connie could sit on it.
I'm on it for sure. Are you on it?
Connie's an alternate.
Yeah, Connie, oh yeah, because Jesse's not here.
Correct.
says Patton,
It was on it.
if you want, if you want to not go, or Carrie, okay, so, what about Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, what
we're so
we,
feeling.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
the grade change.
Well, I'll go. I agree with Val. I think it's pretty darn subtle, but, you know, the
This has-
foundation that's showing and it's gonna be stone, so that's cool.
this has been the South Valley, North Street and all that had been, has gotten way up and down stuff, so.
Yeah.
it, we've gone over this area before and I think he's worked it out pretty well. The building lot is 42, 43. So at least he hasn't done a download to get it closer down. It looks pretty good for now.
Oh, good. Connie?
Yeah, I have no concerns.
No concerns over there. And Carrie, did you have concerns?
Nope.
No, okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yep, motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
I,
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to Chip's project at 43 Kendrick.
Oh.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
That's the ugly house. Wow.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, let's see, me, Diane, Abby, Jesse, who's not here. Connie is an alternate.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. So you have 4.
I believe, yeah, that's what I have as well. So thank you, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposed guest house at 43 Kendrick. And if I can share the screen, I'd love to walk you through our current proposal.
Go for it.
All right.
It's a driveway. Mirka.
Yeah, Chip, go ahead.
Okay. Yep. I'm sharing right now. Should be coming up. Let me know if you see it.
We see it.
Okay. You can see here the proposed location of the guest house at 43 Kendrick. 43 Kendrick is one of those lots at Tom Evers that essentially is an entire block. The main house you can see down here is at the south end of that same lot. Interestingly, because the lot is so big, it's actually closer to these 3 neighboring houses here. So it's approximately 400 feet plus to the main house. We originally had come in with a 2-story proposed guest house that was just under, was 2910. The board felt that that was way too tall. We came back with a reduced version that was a combination of 2-story and 1.5 story. The board felt that it was still too tall, and now we are proposing a gargantuan reduction in height with a composition of primarily 1.5 story massing, the only 2-story element being the entry element. So we brought it down to 2510, which is 4 feet lower than the original proposal. This is the east and front elevation. Same thing here. You can see the process. It went from 2910 to 28.5, now proposed to 2510, where the side massing and the wings of the main mass are all at 1.5 stories. Here is the south elevation, again showing those same reductions, also reduction in the amount of fenestration. And then last but not least, the rear of the house, where originally there was several proposed gang windows, which have now all been, they were dropped from 3 to 2, now to singles. So now we have proposing singles on the rear for that. So I'll go back to the front elevation, and then I welcome comments from the board. Thank you.
Did you have something to say on the front elevation, or?
Who?
You?
Me?
Are you all set?
Oh, I'm all set. Yes, I started with the front elevation, and I just rolled it back to that so that
Gotcha.
we could start on that side with the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Which faces? Which elevation?
Faces the street?
Yeah.
East. Okay, I'm ready for comments from the board when you folks are. Diane, Abby,
The guest house.
Connie. This is the guest house.
This is not guest house.
A lot of guests.
I would like to see some additive massing, one-story additive massing. You've got enough land out there to make it, this is like a downtown house and the big house is bigger still. I don't know why we can't break this down, you bring the height down or whatever and put in some additive massing going one story around. To say you've got plenty of room to do it, and that's what I would really like to see.
That it, Diane?
Yeah, I'd like to know if it could do it. I think it would make some difference in the way that the main part of the house shows itself and what we end up with. So I would keep quiet until I see what that can be done.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Okay, so Connie or Abby?
I don't know what to say. It's just so large and, but, when you look at the site, he's within his rights. And I mean, just because it's overscale, it doesn't mean he did drop that right side. The size is just overwhelming. I can't get over it. So, Connie, what do you say?
I tend to agree. It's a nice building, but when you think guest house, I guess I don't think guest house is 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms or whatever. But again, it's a big lot and it would fit and work. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say.
Okay, well, Chip, it sounds like we're mainly concerned about the size of your building. I appreciate the drop in the ridge height. I think it's a little formal too.
Yeah.
I have one.
There's this sort of antebellum formality, but yes. Go ahead, Abby.
Okay, thanks. I think that if the chimney were inside, it would, one, break up the roof line, and 2, we don't normally do, that's kind of formal or suburban. I would try to bring that to the inside, and that would do a couple of things for me.
Okay. Anything else?
How are you gonna break up the formality?
Well, that's up to Chip. I mean, and that was just my comment.
I also, the east is my main concern. I think that.
Yeah.
Like the second floor, those windows are awfully large, and I love large windows, so I'm having a hard time. But especially the ones that are on the far right that are almost ganged, I think they're drawing a lot of attention to themselves. And if if it was just one dormer there, that might quiet it down.
You mean, well, a dormer with one window? in
With
it.
just one window, yeah. So then, and I think that would look really good as well, but. So I could make a motion to bring in the chimney to the inside of the house and make that right-hand second floor ganged windows just one window.
I'd go for that. So that is a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this through staff. Bringing the chimney interior to the building. And changing the dormer on the right-hand side of the east elevation to a single dormer, kind of along the lines of the ones that are on either side of the gable, right, Abby?
Yes.
Basically the same size as the single window dormers on either side of the gable on the main mass. That would take place over on the right-hand wing of the east elevation. That would be a through staff, okay? So all those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And so that it carried, Connie, were you and I?
I was not.
You were and I. Okay, so we get three in favor, one opposed. So that's that. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
You too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right. Mr. Welch. Mr. Paul. Oh, thanks, yeah.
All right, 122 Main. Frank, hey, welcome to the HTC. Once you see your site plan up there, why don't you give us a rundown where we are?
Yeah, they did. I didn't. Yeah, and we're hearing nothing about
You know,
it.
the select board, they put your mug right up on there when you talk.
Oh, really? Like
With a little
full
thing with your
size?
name on it and all
Full
this
size?
fancy graphics and stuff.
How come we don't have that?
And the planning board too.
Damn.
I think zoning, I'm gonna check zoning and just see if we're just the redheaded stepchild. I don't mean that as
We are
derogatory
the step.
toward redheads.
Yeah.
I was actually a redhead when I was born.
Was that what it is? Webinar? Yeah, we gotta change.
We're gonna have to change it up.
Sounds far superior.
All right, Frank.
All
what do
right,
you
ready to
got?
go. Frank Daly, on behalf of the applicant, this is 122 Main Street. This is an extension of a fence that's currently there. Right now, there's a 14-foot section of privet that just, for whatever reason, can't take. We renovated this house 9 years ago. You've seen this project before 2 times. You have asked us to give a little bit more historical context of why we think it's relevant to have this fence here. And we also just showed a couple images, I believe, with plantings. We want to have this fence within plantings, hollyhocks, something that's tall that kind of obfuscates the majority of the fence. You can see in that image right there, everything to the left of the gate is existing. That's currently there. There's the section to the right of that gate. That is what we are asking to have added on. In the old historic district, there are various board fences throughout Orange Street, Washington Street, Pleasant Street. There are 10 board fences, painted board fences, closer to town on Main Street that I looked at today. I have the addresses if you really want to know them, but I try to make this brief for you. The picket fence that you see there, both on Main Street as it curves around, and then the long section that borders the house itself, that's all to remain. It's just on the back end of that, the picket fence there as it runs to the gate is what we're asking to have board fence, and again, have continual plantings in front of it. We don't want to make this board fence a feature. We just want to try to give the owners a little bit of privacy like they have in the rest of their backyard.
Okay, thank you. Holly? Well, any questions first? None? I have one. Can we go back to image slide 4? Frank, is there going to be a return at the rear corner board to the road post of the fence, or is it going to be plant material?
Just plant material.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1816 typical Nantucket 2.5-story 4-bay ridge chimney within the OHD. The fence was originally reviewed and approved in 2017-18 as a 5-foot fence and the existing privet to remain. In 2018, HSAB stated that the solid board fences are not appropriate on Bloom Street, and staff agrees. This is a typical Nantucket. It's not a formal like the 3 bricks. The revisions show a 6-foot board fence extended past the gate with inclusion of climbing plants like hollyhocks, as Commissioner Welch suggested, but what is submitted, I don't believe is appropriate, especially on a white board fence. So again, the HTC approved in 2018 a 5-foot board fence. And so those are the facts, and we're starting to add more on. I'm glad to hear that the picket fence as existing will stay, but a board fence not appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Do we have anything from abutters? Do we have anything from the public?
Yeah, I think Mickey has something. I have a question too.
Mickey's here.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we still would believe that, the 5-foot board fence that's there, maybe, I'm not sure if it's 5 or 6 that's there now. That's plenty. This is right on Bloom Street. Tall fences really aren't appropriate on any street, right on the street face. They can create privacy by plantings. I'm not sure why their hedge isn't growing, but they can work on that one. We just don't want to see this fence extended any further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin? Val?
I think I stick with what I said before. Natural to weather would be better. And I didn't realize until we're just reviewing it again, they're asking to increase the height a foot as opposed to keeping it 5, which it is now. I'm not for that idea. And I think that vegetation in front of it is absolutely necessary.
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify
Yep, go
one thing? We're trying to maintain the same height as a fence all the way across. There's a really severe dip that comes off of the property. So it is 5 feet. It's just when the road drops down. So we're not asking to increase the height on either section.
So are at the dip, are you increasing the bottom for grade?
Yeah, that's all it is.
So you're filling in that section?
There's already kind of plantings there. It just
Okay.
depends on where you stand on the road, if they're 5 or 6 feet. At the property itself, in the back of the yard, it's 5 feet. At the top of the berm, it's 5 feet, and then it kind of spills away to the road.
And what's the average on the roadside?
5.5, 5.2, something like that.
Okay. Val, I don't know, I'm not, just for informational purposes, I wanted to try and pin that down. Frank, you're not you're not proposing a change in the height versus what's shown in the imagery?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Diane?
I would go as I did the last time, following Val's suggestion of putting the fence behind the hedge, having planting on it, and not having it go up higher than 5 feet, and not have it white.
Okay. And is there a color, are you natural to weather, invisible green? What are we looking at?
It's behind the hedge, you don't want to paint it a color, it'll fit
Yeah, yeah.
it better, I think.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Abby?
Yeah, I'm a 5-footer natural to weather.
I'm a 5-footer. I don't mind if it's from the property side, as long as the grade doesn't change from what is existing, and what's the color of the clapboard, or is that just shingle front?
No, that is clapboard. It's an HDC approved color that I can't remember. It
And
should
do
be.
we know what the color of the adjacent structure is to the rear? Clapboard, is that like a tan or some
Yeah,
kind
it
of
looks
a
like a
top?
gray.
I don't believe the one on Bloom Street.
Yeah,
That I believe is shingled front, and it has
Shingled front?
blue trim.
I
okay.
think it's like gray, isn't that a gray?
I thought that was clapboard, but maybe
I did
it-
say, can we move that photograph a little bit to the
Can we
right?
see this? Is that no other way?
Oh, yeah, it is shingled,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
but it is gray. The trim is gray.
Okay, yeah, so natural to weather's fine for me too.
I'll make a motion.
So motion is our motion, no taller than 5 feet measured from the inside yard. Vegetation largely is shown in the imagery, and natural to weather.
Yeah, somebody said something about vegetation in the front covering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I said that largely is shown in the image.
Oh, with those mallow.
Hollyhocks or something to screen it.
Yes,
Ivy.
that's my motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay, thank you, Frank.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, you chair the next one.
Okay, what's that?
One smooth hump.
Oh, God, this one.
I can look it up.
I don't remember this one.
Okay, you're up there?
I don't think so.
Where to begin?
Yeah, if you are ready. So
No, we. Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie, and Connie. It was Abby, Val, Diane, Carrie, and Connie.
This,
Have we got-
South Valley. That's the South Valley Road.
oh, this, yeah, addressing the proposed work of South Valley.
Yeah, no, we're on that.
Did you do this one?
The ladies there.
One we just did. Yeah, 122 Penny.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
Or South Valley.
it's Val, Connie, and Carrie. Me,
And I'm your alternate, Madam Chair.
yeah, you are. One, two, three, four, five, great, okay. Are you all set to begin?
yeah,
Okay,
so
let's hear.
this the one smooth hammock that we already discussed previously.
Speak up a little bit so people
Uh,
can hear you.
So in this application, we after last meeting, we tried to reduce the fenestration, reduce or kind of simplify the building, and we lowered it, lowered the main reach, so it's not as tall as it was originally proposed. So if we go to, let's say, to the start the north elevation, we changed or moved around the windows a little bit, reduced or eliminated the vertical boards that were kind of confusing. And actually that's it on the elevation. On the other next elevation, south elevation, we simplified it, the fenestration, that part where the stairs, interior stairs are, we just did simple 2 windows and 2 window wells on either side. And again, it's changed, the whole elevation, the whole wall is changed to be shingled, not vertical board like before. And the next one, next elevation, again, same thing, we removed the vertical boards and did everything shingled. And the other one, last one, the same thing. There is no other changes, just the vertical boards. And
Vertical boards instead of shingle?
we removed those and we replaced them with shingles. And also actually on the first page or second page, I added some more photos of some similar buildings and some renderings for the visibility from the road and what is there actually for vegetation right now and how visible it is or will be. And actually Frank wanted to explain or talk about it a little bit more possible.
Frank Daly for the applicant again. This has been before you twice. And one of the biggest features of this concept hasn't been brought up as of yet. This owner bought into this property and is designing with this neighborhood in mind. They're very sensitive to the pastoral nation, the pastoral views of this area. It's not just looking, from the brewery straight in, as you just did. It's also coming from Bartlett Farm. It's looking across the fields over to Somerset Road. And one of the things that you notice as you look across this is that all of the houses sit below the existing tree line. So the whole concept was, except for the very new houses that have kind of popped up along the left side on your way to Bartlett Farm, that's kind of a new feature. There's a stone wall. Everything's kind of severe. All of the other structures that have been there for 20, 30 or more years tuck in with the trees. So that's the starting point. The second main feature that was really brought into this concept and why do you have this lower L is that the owner is trying to be sensitive to the existing neighbors' view lines. Everybody's houses are oriented to look across the fields, take advantage of the sunrises and sunsets that you get from owning in this area. That 1-story L is to maintain the views that 1 farm view has, that number 3 farm view has, that even 2 farm view has as they look behind one farm view, and they would look over the top of this as well. I'm also in a butter. I'm across the fields. We put up the ridge pole so the HTC could see how this house really tucks in. From my vantage point as a homeowner, this house completely disappears. And that's really what this homeowner, his design, thought was to make this as low and kind of tucked in away from the road as possible. And he asked me to come in to explain that. That's where the design thought was. And all of the recommendations from the previous two meetings have been brought into this to this current submission. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have your name? Did we get your?
I'm sorry?
We get your name?
Yes.
We did. Okay, fine. Thank you. Well, who would like to begin? Carrie?
I don't see where it reduced in height, because from the original and this one, it's still 28.1. And at 40, almost 46 feet long with no break in the ridge, that's kind of long and imposing. The fact that it's an L-shaped facing the street isn't the greatest either, especially because you're trying to put a pool there. So that's giving the street a whole length of the pool. So you're looking at the farm and a pool. So fencing or something to make sure it's not visible. We just had one on Canterbury. I appreciate the fact that you have some single-story masses, but I still think that the two-story mass reads as gigantic. And I think reducing the ridge by quite a lot and using dormers on the second floor would be a really great way to lose 4 feet right there. And relate more to the smaller single-story masses, so you don't have single-story masses and then a gigantic mess. I appreciate your fenestration changes. It looks a lot more simplified. It is as you say, trying to be a farmhouse, so maybe incorporating the second floor deck into a roof instead of the Nantucket style, just deck and railings would be appropriate as well. That's it for now. I see you
Okay.
did that on one of them, but not the other. The deck, the second floor deck. Let me try that again.
Thank you. Steve?
Can I see your tablet? Sorry, my computer's down. Oops.
I'll go if he's not.
Would you
ready.
mind?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I actually printed out all the different meetings we've had with this building and the minutes. And I think what's missing is it's the global picture that has been mentioned. It's not just details, it's it's a foot shorter in height. It's 28 instead of 29. But for me, and I looked back to make sure I'm not crazy saying this, to me, I felt like it needed to be globally rethought. The massing relationship to each other is very strange. The front door is in the insignificant mass, which has been mentioned in all of its iterations. And now it doesn't even have the presence of a front door that it did when it first started, which had side lights. Now it's just this simple little, looks like a kitchen door in the small middle mass between a one-story form and then this two-story form. I'm not as sure as it's as easy as just details. There's no architectural order or visual relationship between the parts and how they should work together as a united whole. You did move the building back a little toward the street from 38 to 2210, which is better. The length went from 60 to 44 and it was reduced by a foot. So those are positive things, but I still find the massing confusing. I just don't think it's addressed our major concerns. And I'm concerned about that because it was brought up at the last meeting I think by Commissioner Welch, that, about the 3 strikes and you're out rule. And I'm not seeing that this is significantly changed, but those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Steve, are you all set now?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think, my takeaway on this is the orientation of the larger mass to the street. It's atypical. In this kind of a rural setting, you could try and get away with a big house, little house, back house, barn type of a setup. That's traditional, more New England than Nantucket specifically. Perhaps flip-flopping the plan, so the larger structure is towards the front, towards smooth hummock might help. And then you automatically are creating an L, but going off to the rear. And in addition, you got a little bit of room, so you're not right on the street with the front of it. I don't know what your program is on the interior. It protects the layout of the pool on the private side versus being on Bartlett Farm Road. I think there's some structural aspects to this that need to be addressed before we can get into. I do appreciate fenestration changes, cladding material changes. I think they're appropriate, but it's the massing and their relationship to one another and to the street that are problematic.
Thank you. Okay, I am, I guess, next. First of all, I think just looking at the building, it needs a chimney. It is supposed to be, it's in farmland and has been farmland since the 1800s. I think that there should be I think this back part of the main 2-story building should be broken down and become a 1.5 stories before it comes around the corner to those other buildings, which are all 1 story. They don't look like additive on to a barn. So, and the front door needs to be moved to the front of the building. It looks like it's in the breezeway. And that's not what we do. Most of the houses that are along the farm view, there's only like 3 there, and they're sort of hodgepodge, but they're small and they tuck in. Coming the other way, coming down Golf View, they are big houses on one side, and there's some big houses on the other side going down to the place going down along the farm. But I think this needs to come down and be more informal. It's very heavy classic for where it is. You couldn't be in a more country style surrounded by farmland on 3 sides, actually. So I would like to see that. I would like to see a chimney. I don't know whether that is a skylight there on the south elevation. I would like to know what it's made of. And at roof length is 40 feet, which I think you'll find is a long roof line for that area. The house is supposed to fit in. One of the things it says with building in mind, that the house is supposed to fit in where it is. And this does not yet. It has to be more, it has to be simplified, and it sides on a dirt road. It's not a formal house, and I don't know about on the south elevation. The windows down in the basement. I don't know how you get to them. I don't see any stairs. Whether it's internal or external, it would be good to put that information on. So that's what I think. Could I get a motion on what people think?
Connie hasn't gone.
Oh, Connie, yes, you've begun.
I don't really have anything else to add to what's already been said. Yeah, I agree. The massing is confusing. Yeah. I guess we'll need a motion to
Okay,
hold for.
I think not to be flippant, but you got to bust a move to keep this thing afloat.
Through you, Madam Chair, could I make a couple points of clarification just because of there's a couple factual items that were not properly presented?
Yep.
Yes. First of all, the pool is completely vegetated, and that's on the smooth hummock side. That's not on the Bartlett Farm side. And that's obviously a very important feature. The windows that are in the basement on the south elevation, those are egress windows. They're not made to bring anybody in. Those are just for safety. The entire south elevation faces land bank property, which is heavily vegetated. It is not transverse. There's no visibility back there. And then the length of the ridge is actually keeping in mind with a few of the abutters on Gulfview, on Somerset. You can also, these are the places where you can actually see these houses at the same point. So that's honestly where we got the length of that ridge. And then lastly, what has been, I know it's kind of belied the entire board, is this longer one story, and then the larger portion in the back is actually keeping with the neighborhood. 171, 164, Hummock Pond Road, 5 Farm View. There's a property, I don't know what the address is, on Bartlett Farm. These are all houses that have the exact same kind of modalities and design features. So we were trying to keep with the neighborhood, even though I know it's a little bit strange. I appreciate your input, and we will certainly make changes.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Well,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yep, you,
No, I think the move, a motion to make some substantial changes to keep it afloat.
right. And keep in mind that what is good down at the end of Hummock Pond Road, or what is good on Somerset Road, is not necessarily good to the address that this one holds. It backs onto Gulfview, and it faces out over the farm, and if it didn't say smooth hummock, which is a casual area. So try and look beyond far out things that aren't associated with smooth hummock. I think it will be better, but anyway, could I
make one more clarifying comment?
Sure.
And this is, again, not to be flippant, but this proposed is not that. So you got a more of a primary mass and then very small proportionately secondary mass. Whereas conversely, what's proposed is the primary mass and then successive and lengthy secondary masses. And part of it is that the secondary masses are in succession, but it's atypical to have them in succession in the front or towards the front. Whereas these present with their secondary mass to a side, to the 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 rear. This is really more of a primary mass with some additive porches, primary mass with additive porches. So if something like this is much more typical and much more easily approved. And I'm not saying it needs to be exactly like that, but reworking the floor plan or flip-flopping it without getting into redesigning it is there needs to be some fundamental changes. Is I think what the board is saying. So I don't want you to come back and then have it get shot down, because the denial, I think if it's unanimous, it's a 3-year. Yeah, that's what we had done as our best practices.
Yeah.
So I just urge you to please, I know it's a retooling, but the comments have been pretty consistent all along, Yuri.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just make one last comment. We hear you loud and clear. We'll make substantial changes. I just wanted to reiterate that the thought process of where this started, where the homeowner started,
Yeah, I get you.
was him looking across the fields and taking elements of the houses that he sees. The addresses I just referenced aren't further down Hummock Pond. That's what you see from this house. Those examples that we presented there were in relation to original designs. So we're going to redo everything,
Okay.
but we just want to make a point that some of the things that we're hearing in feedback aren't true to what the existing conditions are, such as we're not on Gulfview. That was just said that we're back up on, we're not. So we're going to redo this whole thing so we can get it approved. I just want to make, statements of fact, because there's so many things that were not accurate, but I appreciate your time and your input.
Thank you.
The biggest concern, and this is the last we're gonna say, is the massing the arrangement of the massing is the biggest issue. And that has been consistent.
So there is a motion for major revisions and, right, Madam Chair?
Yes.
And did we, I don't remember, did we vote?
Who agrees with Steve's call for mass big revision?
Global.
I think. Revisions, say aye.
I
I am also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that,
Thank you.
Let's track the pool and hardscape.
And
Yes.
so moved.
All
All
those
right.
in favor?
all those in favor? Aye.
I was actually chairman, doesn't matter. Okay, so,
Like 20 minutes, wasn't it?
yeah. At least. Okay, now, Abby, here you go, 102 Quidnet Road.
What, me? I don't remember doing any chair.
No, you get the chair.
That's right here.
You get two of them coming up. Oh, and
I try.
turn that on.
All right, let's go really fast. Okay,
Inform.
102 Quidnet. JB.
Yeah, so for
Go ahead.
102 Quidnet,
Quiet, please.
I don't know, I should wait for it to show.
Can you speak up a little?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So last time I suggested to do some changes to the big door that we were proposing and move the stairs going to the second floor deck closer to the house. So we changed it to putting the stairs actually to the middle or centered on that side of the deck, not against the house, because that wouldn't actually work there. But I think the way we're proposing, I wanted to Adrian to scroll down if possible so you can see. But we are proposing to put the stairs in the center of the deck, and then the door. We are trying to change it actually to same size as the existing window, except we change it into a door, so it wouldn't be bigger than that, and the existing window on the right side would stay where it is. So also with the visibility from the road, it's really hard to tell if there is actually a window or the door, because you cannot really see all the way down to the deck. So that's why we thought, not extending it to as big as it was proposed previously, but keeping it smaller would work.
Thank you. Thank you. Holly, do you have something on this?
I just wanted for the record that this is the chimney, an HDC survey on file from 1920. It was originally a 1-story. The 2-story was added in 1970. So even that change is contributing. It's listed as contributing on the HDC survey. That's pretty much what I have for you.
Thank you,
Madam
Holly.
Chair.
I guess we don't have anything from Mickey, do we? Too far out. Okay, board members, Carrie, why don't you, this is your land.
Yeah, well, I don't think you understood about the stairs to the deck, because basically they look the same. They're just shifted over a few feet. I was hoping to see them tucked into the
Mhm.
deck overall, like you have your deck and they're not projecting that way, they're not projecting this way, they're not projecting out. They're tucked in, maybe turning on themselves, but it will take up some of your deck space.
Yeah, it will.
But to tuck them in so they're not projecting out from the house the way they are. The other changes I think are fine. It's really, yeah, it's just that.
Just the stairs.
Yep.
Val or Diane, are you ready? Thank
I
you, Carrie.
Agree about the stairs. And glad to get rid of that pole and the stairs, but there's no reason not to put them in to the closest to the house as they can and not stuck out there. It's a pretty open place, so that would be my thing.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Do you think we're gonna see that stair? It's the rear
I
of the
don't
house.
think so.
I feel like every path you take up from the beach in Quidnet, you see all the houses there, and just the fact that there is no stair on this right now
Mhm.
makes it just sort of
Oh, I have a
blend
suggestion.
right into the house.
good.
If you Turn it.
I'm sorry. I added some photos also that you can see the photos from the beach,
Yeah.
and there is actually a little path on the I think north side of the house, which from that path they will be partially visible, but not from the beach. 'Cause
Okay, Val, what's your great idea?
Where you have the little hold on, bump out. That is, if you look at level 1, it's got like a little desk in it. Why don't you put a circular stair there going up? And then it doesn't take a whole lot out of the deck. It's kind of tucked against the building there and solves your problem.
Where?
And it won't
I
block
don't understand.
anything.
Circular stair inside the house,
No, deck, up to the deck.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, that is a good idea. What do you think, Connie?
Yeah, I like that. The bump out.
See the
yeah.
little bump
Yeah.
there? Then he
Yeah.
wouldn't block a window. He could get up there.
Yeah,
What do you think?
If I don't have another option, I don't personally like it, but I would have to discuss it with the client for sure, because I don't think they were looking to reduce the deck size.
To what?
They didn't want to reduce the deck size, pretty much the size up on the deck. This way, if I add the circular stairs, they would be you're proposing it to putting it into the deck, right? Like
Yeah.
take up the space.
Well, this
Yeah,
deck already is, I mean, isn't that the maximum a deck can be? It can't be over 8 feet deep, so.
No, I mean, we are not changing the deck. I'm not extending deck or I'm not changing the size of the deck. We just wanted to add the stairs to it. So we didn't want to reduce the size. We just wanted to add stairs. And if we start doing
All right. Well,
circular
but
stairs, we are
I'm definitely
losing.
hear a lot of positive going for the proposed stair, so. Do I hear a motion to?
Ask him.
Yep.
I'll
Do I
ask
hear
him.
a motion for some revisions
Yeah, make
To the stair.
to the stair? Okay, all in favor of Val's motion? Is that yours?
Yeah.
All in favor of Val's motion?
I,
Any nays? No.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank you.
Abby. Do we have anybody to rep the 111 Surfside Road shingle application?
thought we had done.
Maybe on Zoom? Anybody there? I think that's the builder. He's the guy that put the shingles up.
that's what the applicant.
Yeah, he didn't know. So we're gonna pass those over? Is that what's happening? Going once? Yeah, okay, motion to hold for rep, all those in favor, and you know who you are.
Aye.
Okay, that was for 9, 10, and 11. Okay, that brings us down to, is Matt still with us?
63 Hobart.
Matt's not here.
Motion to hold 63 Hulbert for rep.
What's going on? All right, so there you go. We're gonna hold that 63 Hulbert for representation. All those in
Stone-
favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Stone
opposed?
Alley, we have to hold because we don't know what's happening to it, right?
Also,
Why?
well,
Because
no, we don't need to hold it, but she's not here either.
it just doesn't have to go.
for rep.
right?
Okay.
Everybody just disappeared.
Yeah.
What about,
if we power through these next 24, we can get out here early.
what about?
Yeah, right, yeah. Good- good-
Motion to
nice
hold
thought.
Stone Alley for representation.
Well, actually, somebody else needs to make the motion because you're the chair.
I'll make the motion.
There you go.
To hold two Stone Alley. Representation.
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Harry too is in it. And so is Connie.
I,
There you go. Okay, so, whoa, now we're on new business. And, yes,
I'm gonna sit off everything and just listen in on 36 Lily Street. So that
Okay.
alternates can be.
okay, sounds fine. Okay, so, Corey,
Mr. Chairman, that
Yes.
application we actually don't have with us. 86 Main Street.
It's also not online.
Correct. We don't have it. So
You know what? That's the Luke house. The main building on 86 Main is Luke's house. It won a Preservation Trust Award. And the cottage in the back,
When did it win?
Bill, it has dark green shutters.
Yep.
And the cottage in the back wanted to match.
Okay, but
No, it has dark green window sash. That's the issue.
Sorry, what the hell is that?
So motion to hold for application or what are we doing?
Steve, would you like some clarification?
No, I wanna, if we don't have, I don't wanna open it until we have it.
we don't have the application.
Yeah.
And we don't have an email submission as well.
Just because we're not gonna, there's no sense getting into it if we can't get into it. So,
What
So-
I didn't realize is you approved what was already approved white at the last meeting instead of holding it. So I had submitted an old business representation that now needs to turn into a new business evidently, but Holly and I did the research and found the historic determination that the main house is green. The information that we were looking for at the last meeting, and I brought that with me, and I did submit it digitally, but it was an old business situation, so I have to, it
So-
sounds like redo everything.
well, I don't know if you need to redo it. We just need to have it in the packet and it'll be on the agenda for the next time we meet.
On Thursday.
Yeah.
okay,
Great.
all right, now, is, anybody here for 32 Essex Road?
I talked to Mr. Potter today at length on the phone, so I am going to recuse from this.
Okay. All right. Wait a minute, so Abby's off.
well, I could be off. If we need me, I'm on. I'm just sitting here, but I thought.
Okay. So Val's definitely off. I mean, if you wanted to be off, we could just do Connie and Carrie.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Connie and Carrie, you're both on this, okay? So this is 32 Essex Road rooftop solar. Okay, let's go.
I'm Brian Potter. I'm the owner of 32 Essex and I'm trying to get solar put on my roof.
Okay.
Trying to get enough solar to cover the entire electric bill is what I'm trying to do. With battery backups.
Oops. Yeah.
Can we go to the locust, just two up? Okay, and then just to orient, the next one down is the picture. That faces the street,
Does.
and then the next one down. And the left is the front and the right is the rear.
Left is the front, yeah.
And who's the installer?
Mass Renewable.
So they don't have much experience out here with us.
No, it's their first house out here, but they're the only people I can get test the power walls to come out here.
The upper right-hand corner of the plan where there are no panels shown, is that roof or is that, what is that? There's some panels and then a blank space.
Way over.
I believe
Right here?
on the right top, I
Yeah.
believe that's
well, my dining room, but it's a roof
Okay,
plane,
so
but it
it's-
faces the wrong direction for the sun.
Um,
That's that they have to face the sun.
So Brian, the
To collect.
610 dimension is parallel to a ridge, and then that's a gable. One goes this way and one goes this way.
Yeah,
Yes.
All right, I think we got the lay of the land.
well, I'm sure Val told you what the issues are gonna be, right?
Right.
She mentioned it. I don't quite understand exactly what the rules are. So for my own ignorance. But I guess because I have them on the front of the house is the issue.
That's the issue.
So is it
That's-
because they're seen from the road or that's,
Yeah.
I mean, I've only got so much roof and I don't know where else you'd like me to put the panels.
Can we pull
that-
the locust, please?
I mean, I have a small backyard, but I don't think you really want me to put them in the backyard, do you? And get rid of the grass or?
What's the structure in the rear, Brian?
It's like an 8x8 shed.
Oh, right, you're 32 now.
I am 32. It's not sizable at all.
Right,
And
so-
again, that pitch would pitch. You'd only get half of it, so it'd be like a 4x6 roof.
So the guidelines, Brian, not to cut you off, but to cut you off just because, so you'll get an understanding. of
Yep,
what's
no, I
going on.
appreciate the.
The guidelines that were established a long time ago through a community work group involving a multitude of different stakeholders. And what they established was that there are certain locations on a structure that are appropriate based upon typical design guidelines. So having them on the primary roof facing the street takes away from the character of the structure. Roofs being a predominant structural element of Nantucket homes, given the way we, the layouts, the locations, proximity to the street, the vegetative growth and things along those lines. So they become a character altering element when they're on the front of a building on the primary mass. If they're on the front of a building, but it's a secondary mass, that can be acceptable. If they're on a garage structure facing the street, that still can be acceptable. There's, dormers come into play in certain circumstances. But basically what you proposed is the front of the structure is outside of the guidelines. And I think that's, I'm not sure I understand fully, but this was reverted back to you for modifications based upon the guidelines. The guidelines are found in a little addendum to Building with Nantucket in Mind. It's actually called that. And it is renewable energy. Is it renewable?
Sustainable preservation.
So there you have a guide. Options could include such things as another structure on the site, like a pergola, covered parking area, masses that are secondary.
So I'd have to build a
Well,
garage to.
Yeah, what this is it's called share, what we're referring to it in a study group is shared responsibility. So we live in a historic landmark, and the concept is that people want to save the world. We all want to save the world. No one wants the puppies and kittens to die. We don't want the elderly to starve. We don't want the oceans to come up. We all want the same thing, but we're still trying to preserve the historic character and setting of the landmark. So the shared responsibility that someone has in having their utility bill go down and getting the loan so that they can amortize this thing out and they don't have to pay for electricity and actually make money is that they're not at the same time damaging the fabric or the character of the historic setting. And if we have so the guidelines are established so that if it's uniform.
So is it not, it's the front of the house, not that it's facing the street?
Correct.
Because like on Old South, there's some that are facing the front of the building. Even on Essex, there's a house that has it facing the front of the building, which
It's
can
not
be
that
seen
it's
from the street.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that it's facing the primary street. It's that it's not on the front of it's not on the primary mass facing the street. so that it becomes a secondary element to the identity and the character of the overall structure. If it's facing the street and it's on the primary mast, it becomes the focal point. It becomes the character and setting is solar panels. So if you had, for instance, a garage that was to the right or the left,
which I don't.
which you don't, but for the sake of the guidelines, we're kind
And
of
the,
going into this at length when this is something you and your installer should be educating yourselves on, but in an attempt to try and give you some information to be helpful, that is an example. Or if you had a larger structure in the back, or you could do a ground array, or you could do a secondary structure like a pergola, where you could get a dual use out of it. And again, that's the shared responsibility. The character and setting is preserved, but you're still getting an approval to allow you to recoup the solar energy on a subsidized loan and generate some revenue, or at least decrease your utility bill. What we're seeing here is an application that doesn't meet the guidelines with the solar on the front. The solar on the back could be approved as submitted. Okay. Can we go back to the roof plan, please?
Mr. Chair.
Yep. One last thing. The other thing we're looking at in the solar work group, to the roof plan, is the concept of what is enough. Kilowatt, where your kilowatt hour return is based upon the size of the home. And we'll be getting, when we get to that point, we'll be getting an application form that actually indicates what is a reasonable request of square footage of solar, so that we have some type of a metric to gauge the request against. But what we're finding is that typically a structure this size, this is non-scientific, the rear portion of the structure, depending on the inclination of the sun and so on and so forth, may be sufficient. Whereas having the whole roof done is perhaps more than enough. That's all I got. Okay.
Light roof too.
Yes, that's what I
yeah,
was.
so if I
gonna say.
change the roof color, would that matter? I mean,
Not on the front.
Not on the front.
I think that's probably enough information for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
No,
because
that's
Good,
okay.
good review.
So does anybody else have anything to add to that? So Brian, I don't know what to say, but there we are. Should we move for revisions? See what you can do?
Or I-
Your guys?
Or
I mean-
approve the rear only.
so I gotta buy another garage. I mean, I gotta build a garage. Is that what you'd say?
No, that's not what we're saying.
No, I'm just,
Well, I would motion to approve with the solar on the rear of the structure.
Oh, well, that's fine. Want to do that?
Yeah.
Want an approval for all the panels on the back of the structure?
Or if you want to bring it to your guy, it can delay, it can lengthen the process, but the likelihood of getting a change of an approval is with it on the front, given this particular.
how about the dormer on just trying to get as much on the roof as possible. I know it's not facing the street, the
dormer on the
one
front?
right there on that side.
No, it creates other problems because if it were a shed dormer, it might be different because it could be flat panels, rectilinear. Here, what's going to happen, you're going to have a sawtooth effect, which creates like what we've termed visual noise. So I would suggest that unless you think, well, I would suggest you get the approval and run with it.
I'll get the approval and run with it.
Okay.
Motion approved through staff, rear of the structure only.
And voting on this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Diane, you're on this.
Yep.
Plus the three of us on this side.
So
So
to include the shed
to include the
at
shed.
your option.
Oh, in the back of the
Yeah,
house?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
All right. Is Mark Barber around? For 11 South Valley? No.
Did anyone look at this one for consent?
I know you.
I have not, but it seems like
Yeah, I'll look at it.
you'll look at it now.
I mean, if we got a
Let's do
minute.
it.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
a door.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Matt's back. I don't know if you want
Where's
Matt's
Matt? Well, let's stay on this Mark Barber thing for a second.
to. Okay.
Okay. So
Is that address?
11 South Valley.
Can we maybe just look at it? If it looks involved, we can hold it. If it doesn't, we can move on.
Hmm. What's that?
No digital.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Okay,
So we'll hold that for
what was
Thursday.
Matt? 63 Hulbert? Okay, let's go back to 63 Hulbert.
Just want to say that my neighbors have been waiting all night.
Well. what am I supposed to
Far
say
back
about
as
that?
63.
I would love it if we had covered the whole agenda, but there's no way we're going to. No one would love that more than me, Abby.
Well, I would be a close second.
I would go for that.
We just got to be more concise. That's all.
Exactly. Okay, Matt, go. Speaking. of
Thank you very
concise.
much. I apologize for, I stepped out and I apologize. So this is 63 Hulbert Ave. This is a project you've seen once before. It's a historic renovation. The board had some very specific comments about the proposal, starting on sheet A 2.1. We made some minor fenestration changes. I'd say one of the larger changes that the board had requested is there's an existing secondary mass. It's a kind of a wing that pulls off the right side to the right of the center gable. I think Value had suggested stepping it down or breaking it. We did provide that as an option. It's called south elevation alternate proposed. We drew it up and it felt like it was more busy. So we basically just modified the windows slightly. So just, but if you feel strongly that the alternate is more appropriate, we're fine with that as well. Scanning to sheet 2.2. We made some minor adjustments, basically added pilasters. I think that was a comment, great comment about adding basically posts. Previously, we had the skirting running completely horizontally and it was unbroken. And so we have these posts. If you zoom in, there is a little bit of a water table and a base post cap and then a post underneath it. It looks like it's one vertical post, but there is some detail there. Switching to the north elevation, which was majority of the comments centered around the north elevation. We previously had proposed gable dormers. We switched them back to sheds per your request. We also, I think Mickey had suggested going with a single French door with a window, which we've done. There was also some discussion about potentially breaking up the deck into 2 decks. And what we've done is actually broken up the railing detail. So the center section is pushed in, if you will. Finally, the stair off the north elevation. Previously, we had these cascading stairs, which I think everybody generally didn't like. I really wasn't ever super thrilled with them. So we created like an intermittent landing, if you will. So it didn't appear as if it was such a long stretch of steps. And we think that that should be hopefully good with the Concom as well. And then I think the final change was on the west elevation. We had those waterfall steps off the side of the building. We just changed that to a straight run. Those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1915 colonial revival contributing towards the local district. Again, with this proposal, it would have to comply with Resilient Nantucket. We need a copy of the proposed elevation certificate, a historic determination, because this is a historic structure. It does not have to go up to what FEMA says. And we want to see a lower elevation. And then obviously a window survey for the window changes. I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, just for the record. The elevation flood info from Dan Malloy was in the application. However, it doesn't provide the proposed BFE and DFE for the lift of this contributing structure. It just indicates what the FEMA flood zone requires. Again, historic structures do not have to be compliant with the elevation. That's why there's flood proofing mechanisms that can be attained. Let's see. And then obviously I didn't see in the application, I apologize. I didn't see what the overall change in height was. So that needs to be clearly defined. Believe that the shed dormers is a character defining feature on this contributing dwelling. Thanks for keeping them. I just was questioning on one, if the pitch was the same, and two, understanding for the evolution of the review that we've gone from shed to gable back to shed, if that means that the existing are staying or are you actually proposing new ones, was a question that I had. And then the front faces the ocean, and what faces the street it has been the rear for over 100 years. And I think we shouldn't forget that aspect. The north that faces the ocean, appreciate bringing the shed dormer back. The existing should stay, but the small one in the middle, it overwhelms this structure. Resilient Nantucket also recommends a street view for elevated structures. So a street view should be provided to see how this proposed elevation, understanding it is pushed back on the lot, but what that looks like. And that the proposed windows should stay TDL if replaced. And again, we need that window survey with the conditions assessed. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly. Mickey.
Yeah, we were pretty happy with most of the changes. The concern that we had was similar to what Holly mentioned earlier. The rear dormers, they definitely look like they're changing. The proposed roof pitch is a 3-pitch, typically it should be a 4-pitch according to building it with Nantucket in mind. And if that were dropped down to a 4-pitch, it would reduce the height of the dormer windows, which would make it a little quieter up there, more in keeping. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Okay, board members, let's go. Abby, Diane, Val, Connie.
I'm okay with the revisions.
You're good with it the way it is?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Yep.
I appreciate the revisions. I think I'd like the dormers to go back to the smaller size windows that they had, and maybe not the middle one on the north.
Yeah.
But I think everything else is okay.
Okay,
Appropriate.
thank you. Diane?
Yes. Me also, the windows in the dormer on the 3rd floor of the north should be smaller. It's making it a very busy elevation. The center one, he can decide whether he thinks it's good or not. I appreciate the stairs being brought in without being the flowing one. And I don't have any problems with the rest of it. It's just that the north elevation is very busy, and what we could do to simplify it, I think would be good. So that's what I was.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie?
What would you think about on the south elevation, going back to one window on the 2nd floor?
South elevation.
Say it again, Connie?
On the south elevation?
Yes.
On the 2nd floor, going back to the one window?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could bring it back to a single window.
Just
Less
would look
less
nicer.
busy.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's about all I have to say.
I'm still not getting it. So which window?
On the right side, that smaller.
Oh, and you mean going back to the original that had the one window? Oh, I see. Yeah, for the balance around the cable. Yeah, got it. Okay. So Matt, it sounds like you have liftoff if you maybe can concede on a couple of things.
Sure.
So the window that Connie just mentioned, did it sound like you were okay with that? And how about
We could go to the smaller windows and the shed dormers. The
so
original.
that was the second thing.
Yep.
And does anybody have a strong opinion about that third little dormer? Because I heard a lot of sort of like, well, if it's a
If I could, the
Could
reason
it have the same window as the elevator?
we could make it the same window. The reason we're putting it in there, there's a bathroom up there that basically just doesn't work.
got it. But I didn't hear any major objection to that third door.
No, I think. if
What I
it-
heard was actually bringing the windows, the dormers flanking it back to where they were before, which is smaller windows.
We could do that. The existing plate height of those dormers is fairly low. And so we're trying to, get a bigger, higher plate height. So we did change the pitch slightly. So the
All right.
width, I believe, is the
So
same.
maybe are we just talking about getting smaller windows?
We're happy to do.
What was tell me what you guys want. I'm trying to
Well,
form.
putting the old window size back in the dormers that are proposed, there's gonna be a huge amount of shingle. Space.
Well, no, unless he backs them up.
That's what I was going to say.
If he pushes them back up the roof plane, he can basically have them looking like the middle dormer, which has a higher head height, but smaller windows without all the shingle below.
We could do
Is that
that.
what you were thinking?
That's exactly what I was
Does
thinking.
everybody get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be fine.
All right, so we're basically pushing back the two dormers on either the flanking dormers on the north elevation such that we can return to the smaller window types. Okay,
Yes.
can that be somebody's motion? Just north, right?
I'll try to make a motion.
Yeah, okay.
Motion to approve through staff with the south elevation, right-hand second floor area to go back to one window.
Correct.
The dormers on the north to be pushed back and return to the original size windows and to have the middle dormer window match that.
Sounds good
Sounds
to
good to
me.
me.
Sounds good.
Good. Okay. Sorry, Holly.
The resilient Nantucket stuff, the elevation certificate,
Throw that in
and
there, Val.
quite frankly, never got a window survey. There's windows changing, and that's usually something you all do. So
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
all right.
Thank you.
Got that, the full motion. So all those in favor of Val's expanded full-fledged motion? Say aye. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thanks for letting me
Okay,
come back.
now let's see, back to the regularly scheduled program. Tory 307 Pulpus Road, there's Tory. What? Oh, there you are.
But I don't think that was in queue.
It's not?
I think they were saying.
No, that was your first application, I think, at 86 Main. But let me,
Okay. Awesome.
Which one are we on?
307 Pulpus Road demo.
This is a revisions to a previous COA. We had originally planned to move it on site. They would like to demolish it based on other approvals and construction that's currently in process. It's a 1-story, 1 door, no windows, 1 garage door, no windows. I think it's 12 feet tall.
Let's have
Have a
Holly give
picture?
us a little bit.
There's
What number is that?
307. It's on the right-hand side,
Okay.
and it's set very far back from the street as well.
Holly, you got anything on this?
Mr. Chair, all I see in the application is a site plan, so I don't know about anything,
Nothing.
nothing. So hard to discern anything with that.
And what? Okay, yeah, that's the.
Mr. Chair, to follow up on that based on the photos I just saw, it would be nice to know the age,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff as you.
Yeah,
as
I
you
can, we can help
typically
for
do.
revisions.
Yeah,
I can supplement.
I'll make that motion
Okay.
because we need
Thanks.
more information.
We do.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the table was for more information. Just for the record, I believe that was the full board, the regular board.
Mhm.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Carrie, you're up at bat.
I am indeed.
Four
4
Bloom.
Bloom Street. My client might be here and interested in speaking after I
Okay.
give you a quick rundown. We got an approval for an addition and lots of fenestration changes on this house. Not sure when. probably a month ago at least.
Yeah.
Here it is up on the screen. My clients have decided they don't want to do the addition to the sunroom, but they would like to keep the windows that we were approved on the gable end there. On the right-hand side of the main mast, you see the gable end. We got an approval for a sunroom. They're not going to expand that room, but they would like to have the French doors in that space. So if you scroll down, you'll see the drawings. Here they are. So that was the approval. The upper right-hand corner of the top drawing is the addition and the door and 2 windows. So we're not doing the addition anymore. If you scroll down one more, you'll see the proposed. There it is. And that's all we would like to do. Keep the windows that were approved originally, but these set of French doors is changing from a single door and 2 windows to the French doors. Kick panels. That's it.
Okay.
Jennifer, would you like to say something?
No, I think you pretty much covered it. And also, just so you know, that little extension is about 57 feet away from the front of the house. You know, kind of going around, I think Carrie submitted, there's a lot of neighbors in the neighborhood, 18 Vestal, 122 Main Street, 1 Bloom Street. They all have French doors.
There are photos in the packet there.
Oh, great. So yeah, we decided after seeing the cost of doing the expansion, you know, making that a little bit bigger, we thought we'd spend our money elsewhere.
Okay.
Smart.
All right. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an individually significant Greek revival circa 1834, the William E. Macy House. Understand that this proposal is to reduce the scale, the previously approved addition to this individually significant Greek revival, but the HDC already stated at their January 14th, 2023 meeting that the French doors facing Bloom Street are not appropriate. There was a recommendation to add it on the south to give a sunroom effect. Even with the existing addition being approximately 30 feet or plus off of Bloom Street, it will be visible off of Bloom, and it is not in keeping with this Greek revival. Getting windows on the east is appropriate in that the later addition facing away from the public way. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mickey.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing about the French doors. They're facing the street. It would be much more preferable to have a single window and a single door. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Is everybody sitting on this?
Can I just pipe in? We have where you can see that French door is really most, you know, on part of Bloom Street. And we have hedges there. We're more than happy to put more greenery up so nobody can see anything. I mean, it's a really, you know, small area where you can view those French doors from.
Okay. Thanks.
But we're happy to put more greenery up if that would, you know, please everybody.
Okay. So are we with the regular board? Because you had mentioned at one point you were going to sit up.
Oh, yeah, if somebody wants to, yeah,
Oh,
do you need me?
well, that someone would be Connie.
Okay, yeah, no, that's up to, thank you.
Connie, you want to sit on it?
Sure.
Okay.
You can see in the photo just above your heads, that's the visibility of an existing SDL French door, 3 feet wide in that space that we're talking about. The hedges are there. There's plenty of room to plant some sort of greenery to really mitigate it. But right now there is a 3 foot full light, 15 light full SDL door. And we're talking about Green Mountain kick panel just to fill the space. What I've spec'd is a 5'4" wide door. I think Green Mountain does a 4'11" French door, which is narrower and maybe more historical looking with the kick panels. But just the way this space is, it's hard to get out of that door, even though it's 3 feet wide.
Okay.
So I just
All right.
don't think it's that significant.
Let's see what the board thinks. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Thank you, Steve.
I think given the conditions on the site and subject to continued screening, it's appropriate or at least approvable. Perhaps atypical, but there was testimony that there are others facing the street. So distance from the street, the vegetative screening, I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Let's see, Val, you ready?
I agree with Stephen.
Okay, thanks, Diane.
Yeah, I think the things that they gave as other places that have French doors, none of them seem to be facing. They all seem to be facing in the back, but I think with the screening along that they have, and Bloom Street is pretty not too dense street. I think it will be all right.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I agree.
Great. You know, I actually, so I'm the last person to speak, but I liked the idea of the 5 foot wide aperture as opposed to the 5'4". It's a 2.6 door as opposed to 2.8.
Yeah.
And it is kind of more historical,
Mhm.
honestly. Would you guys be all right with that?
Yeah.
Going to
Yes,
the
and
5
yeah,
foot?
plant some screening to mitigate it.
Okay,
too.
some evergreen screening,
Yeah.
because we all know Privet loses his sleeves. So does that want to be somebody's motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so the motion, Val's motion is to go with 5 foot wide aperture instead of 5'4" and plant with evergreen screening to mitigate view from Bloom Street. That's her motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Bruce.
Through staff, yes, of course. Okay, so.
Thank you.
I think you, what? Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks a
36
lot.
Lily.
So I need to sit off of this.
Okay. So
Lisa's
Lisa,
on
once
Zoom.
we get it up, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once we get it up on the screen, your board is going to be Val, Diane, myself, Connie and Carrie.
Okay. Okay, this is a submission to make revisions to a previous C of A that was granted in 2021. And so, it is and you'll see the previously approved elevations alongside what we've currently approved. So the massing hasn't changed dramatically. I think the height is the same as the previously approved. The biggest change I would say would be that the elevation that faces north, which is the Gull Island Lane elevation, rather than previously was a gable forward, is now a eave forward. You can see that on the left side of the west elevation. If there's anything else. The north elevation is also screened by the cutty, not the cutty, excuse me, wrong project. The smithy, which is the barn building that we came in front of you for a couple weeks ago to reconstruct. And that is right in front of that north elevation. Let's see if there's anything else. There's a lot of, I mean, I don't know that the discussion of it being a gambrel is going to be up for grabs because the previous approval was a gambrel. But we also submit a lot of pictures of gambrels from the neighborhood, which is in the packet.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, at this time. Questions for the applicant's agent at this point?
Yeah, I'm just trying to orientate myself. So as I'm looking at this, it's actually the other way, right? On the site plan.
The north elevation is facing the studio. Hold on, I have to get to my right paperwork.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah, on the site plan you were referring to, Bill?
Yeah,
Yeah, so Gull Island Lane is on the right side of the page. Lily Street is on the left. And then the
Okay, so it's the opposite of the locus.
Yeah.
The locus is at an angle facing, yeah. So
It's just a little bit. off.
it's just canted differently.
Yeah, it's slightly off cant.
Yeah.
Other questions, Val?
No, that was my question for now. I'm looking at the elevation.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this revision, I guess I'll go by elevation by elevation. The south elevation is more symmetrical, and obviously there are gambrels historically within the Lily pond area. Comment I brought up last time was on the west elevation that faces actually towards Lily Pond, which I remember Lily Pond is owned by the land bank, which is it's a public traveled way or location, I should say. That second floor balcony may be inappropriate. On the north elevation, although it was previously approved with that exterior chimney, appreciate that the exterior chimney now does not have the fireplace. That was inappropriate. However, still the placement of the chimney is a little odd, especially when you look at it at both the east and west elevations. I would defer to the commissioners on meeting building code with that, how far away it is at the end of the gambrel. Although overall the proposal is somewhat in keeping with what was previously approved before the commission. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any abutters?
Yes.
Abutters? Yep, approach and speaking to the mic, identify yourself by name and street address.
Hi, Sarah McLean. I live on Gull Island Lane.
Hi, Sarah. Will you tap that just to make sure it's on?
Fun.
There you go. A little
Okay.
closer.
So just a couple of things. To the chimney. So I actually did take the building with Nantucket in mind and look things up, and it specifically says exterior brick chimneys are discouraged. So if that could be put inside the building would be nice, which also would mitigate the fact that the top is kind of floating up there away from the structure. And then the secondary mass, both on the, let's see, east and west elevation, because it's so incredibly long and there's nothing to break it up. I'm wondering if that could somehow be reduced like it was in the initial proposal where they had moved things differently, but at least the gambrel massing in one kind of broke up the entire plane, whereas now it's just one very, very long building. And you're going to see that both from Gull Island and from the land bank property on the other side. And then also we would ask for height poles for viewing, because this particular location is extremely tight and it's a very sort of odd shaped parcel. And this particular property, because it's so low to the property and Lily Street is so much higher, you're basically going to be looking down from above to a very large roof mass. And so we just like you as a board to be able to view or to see what the structure would look like as built the way it's proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other butters like to speak? Okay.
Hi, Tom Lowy. I'm the abutter. I just wanted to bring up the fact that this applicant has let that barn deteriorate over the last 5 years, and now well, never mind. It seems to have set a really bad precedent to let a historic property deteriorate and then ask for permission to tear it down.
Okay, we're actually, but not on a demo on this one. So this is just the existing prior approval for a structure. Just to clarify for you, we're not talking about a demo in this particular application.
Okay.
Just for clarification.
Is that a secondary application?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, that was the building replacing the building that.
Yeah, that was heard and resolved maybe 2-3 weeks ago. through the, so. But again, just for clarification for you. Holly, is there anyone else? Mickey, Mickey, go ahead, please.
Sure. So our main concern was the chimney also. It's very awkward the way it's placed against the eave line of a gambrel. It's like a foot off the building. It's coming out of a shingled base, which doesn't really make much sense. And it's an exterior chimney, fireplace or chimney, I guess, which is really not allowed through building with Nantucket in mind. If it could be moved to the interior, perhaps the opposite side of the living room wall, that would make a big difference. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, who would like to begin? Concerns? Short, concise, same thing, different way of saying it.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
I mean, this is very similar to the other building. It's just flipped kind of upside down and it's taken away some of the sort of more quirky details. I think it's a lot more simple. I agree about the chimney. Either bring it inside or just not have it and do a gas fireplace in a shed, because it looks very, very, very strange. But this to me seems it's like it's reduced in size a little bit from the original. So I'm comparing to the original. Fenestration is all very similar. The little balcony, the other balcony was even larger and more of a feature, which I actually really liked, but this one to me is not a problem at all. I think that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Val,
Still.
Diane,
Yes, can I get the height of the building?
27, Diane.
27?
It hasn't changed from the original.
Right. I think, and it's the secondary on the property. I think it should be made a little smaller. It's large. And the chimney doesn't make sense at all. So, but I think it needs a chimney, so it should be reset to perhaps the way it was originally. I don't know, but it needs a chimney, I think. But I think it should down at 36 and the lily pond and the whole area. It just seems to be a very formal building, and if it could be shrunken down a little bit, I would appreciate it. I see some stuff here that goes back to 2017. Interesting information, but that's what my feeling is.
thank you, Diane. Val,
Okay, I agree with Holly that it seems like it's smaller, but because the roof line on the west and the east is abbreviated, but the other one seems simpler to me without dormers. I think it's the dormers that make it seem more modern, so to speak. So if those could come in somewhat on the east and the west. And which one of these is the door?
Val, could you repeat I missed that, I'm sorry. Because you were whispering.
I had the thing off, sorry. I said, it does appear that it's smaller in stature because the ridge line is more abbreviated in this iteration. But it has dormers, which the former one didn't have, and that made that version simpler.
Yeah.
So I was saying maybe the west and the east dormers could be compacted. I agree with the thing about the chimney. It looks as though that could maybe push inside and still be okay. It wouldn't affect the second floor the way it's would be cut in there. And then I was wondering on the west. Is that the original door with the little transom above? And it looks like it's a Dutch door, because the transom didn't carry over.
Yeah, no, and this is a 9 light. And the original was a 6 light
Oh.
with the transom. So you're right, it's not. the
But I
same
don't
door.
know, is that the front door or is
Yeah,
that's the front door?
I think that is the front door.
I think the west is the front, but isn't that from the original building?
Wait a
I
minute,
think so.
wait a minute. we got
Sorry, I
clarification.
gotta
No,
clarify
that's
some
not
stuff.
Yeah,
So this was presented before we had a 3-person board. We pulled it so that we get a full board. When it was a 3-person board, somebody said they didn't, actually, a few people said they didn't like the transom. But the fact is the transom is part of the existing door.
Right, I recall that
Yeah.
was. part
So
of-
it might not be a typical look, but it was, the reason it's there is because it was carried over from,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember talking about it. Right.
But so, I was gonna say through you, Mr. Chair. The transom is not currently proposed, though?
Well, no. All I'm saying is the only reason we changed it from the transom was because it didn't sound like you guys were loving the proportions of the transom. And what I didn't realize the last time this was up was that was actually a carryover from the old, it was like the carriage house or something.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a detail there that we copied.
Okay, and then what's the preference of the applicant?
It doesn't matter.
I think they would do either.
Really? Okay, no, I was just curious, because I mean, for me, if it's an architectural detail, that's salvaged, then,
We like, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I
okay,
do too.
okay. Who is next? I'm sorry, Connie?
Really nothing additional to add. The one concerning feature for me is the fireplace.
No, Carrie, did you go or are you just?
I did
snacking?
go.
Gary went, yeah.
So I agree with a lot that's been said. I think it's approvable as it is. I note the chimney, though being highly atypical, is not visible.
Mhm.
Other than the uppermost portion above the barn/studio that's being retained, and that would be from Lily. It shouldn't be visible from Gull, and that's what my statement is conditioned upon. If it is visible, please let me know. And then a changeover to revert the front door with transom entry to what was previously approved. Any other thoughts? Do we have a motion through staff?
Yeah.
Gary,
Oh, sorry, what?
do we have a motion through staff?
Yeah, but I'm not so fond of that chimney.
Well, can
Well,
I'm
What
not
about if
sure
the
if
chimney
persuade anybody, but-
becomes an internal chimney?
Okay, I would go with that.
I mean, we could either relocate it just inside in that area or put a chimney. Somebody had suggested between the living room and dining room.
Yeah, when you get, and
On the
Lisa, when you get the
stairwell.
frame up, just come back. Because
Yeah,
it's not gonna be visible. Okay, so would you like to make that motion then, Carrie?
Yeah, motion to approve without the chimney outside, but inside. And
in a location to be determined, or do you have a specific location you would like it?
Just inside where it is.
I think it would be okay inside where it is. It still will be tall. But again, it's not so visible. I think that would be okay.
Okay,
On the front door,
Does everybody agree?
yeah,
Yeah.
front door.
Oh, and the front door to revert to the original door that was salvaged from the original building.
with a transom.
Mhm.
And that's through staff.
Okay.
On Carrie's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, can we just get a quick clarification on the minutes? Are any of these pertaining to 9 Sherburne?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, and there are none to approve, so it doesn't even, it's not even, it doesn't even matter. Okay. What date was that meeting? Do you happen to recall?
The 20. Oh, I just. put
Okay,
the
so I'll
paper-
try and look at that so we can help get that squared away. Yeah, sure. Okay. John McLaughlin, motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I was just thinking if there was some other way of handling that.
Which,
The 9 Sherburne thing.
It was done on March 28th.
okay, so I'll review the minutes and get that, we'll get that even keeled.
Right.
And then,
Okay, so you guys want to go home now?
Yes.
yeah, motion to adjourn.
Okay, so John McLaughlin has made a motion to adjourn.